What is up, weather enthusiasts? I'm your host, Pat's Path Predictor. Let's get right into the weather. We have more live coverage for you tonight. This is the third time in a row that we have going on this. We have some people in the VC that are both going to help us on the stream and behind the scenes. We'll go ahead and start with Yoshi. Yoshi, how are you doing? If he can hear me. Well,
I can.
All right.
I'm doing good, Pat. Doing good.
All right, perfect. John, who is our head admin, how are you doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
Doing wonderful. We have a lot of stuff we need to go ahead and cover tonight, so we're going to go ahead and dive right into this. We have some pretty interesting stuff going on with what is now Tropical Storm Debby as it makes its final approach towards Florida. It is currently organizing at a somewhat slow pace due to a bit of a dry air intrusion at this current point in time. I don't expect that to last necessarily too long. It's going to be taking some time to organize. It appears to be trading strengthening with organization, which will be pretty interesting. We've seen a few inner core collapses over the last few hours. It's going to be pretty interesting because this system definitely is trying, but there is a bit of dry air in the system that is slowing its intensification down by a little bit. But here's the forecast advisory and the public advisory. Latest as of right now, as of 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We will have a new one out in a little over an hour. Air Force Reserve and NOAA hurricane hunters en route to investigate Debby. Squalls spreading across the Florida Keys and the Florida Peninsula. There's a lot of squall lines going on across the region. There is actually also a tornado warning in effect for parts of Fort Lauderdale right here, as well as other parts of Broward County like Pompano Beach and Coral Springs. So we're going to have to keep close tabs on that, as a potential flare-up tornado absolutely is possible with this. Let's go ahead and show the velocity. It is a little hard to tell based on this radar right here, but we still can keep tabs on it. I want to see if the Miami radar will pick up on it a little bit more. It's kind of hard to tell where the rotation is, but regardless, you are under a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter immediately, and we will keep you updated here on the channel as we continue to get that information out. In the meantime, we do have a hurricane warning now in effect for parts of the Big Bend, as a hurricane is now expected to make landfall there as of the latest and greatest right there. So yeah, it's the hurricane warnings in effect from the Swanee River to the can someone help me pronounce Ochalocony River? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Okay. In the meantime, though, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm sorry if I butchered that, but we do have hurricane warnings in that region. Look at this. We now have storm surge. I can actually pull up the storm surge map. I said earlier in the video that we were looking at this, and I was saying, hey, there might be an area of 4 to 7 feet of storm surge later on. It looks like there is from Yankeetown to the Alkila River near the Big Bend right there. So definitely something going on. The area to the Apalachicola Bay from the Big Bend is 3 to 5 feet of surge, and from Arapaca to Yankeetown, 3 to 5 feet. Tampa Bay is still at 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, so we're going to have to pay very close attention to that at this current point in time. In the meantime, we've been continuing to watch it. What are your guys' overall thoughts on the initial development of this system, and what are your guys' thinking about it so far?
I'd say it is quite interesting. I think that right now it is a bit earlier than we initially forecast.
All right.
Especially development at Cuba. That's what we said yesterday on the stream. And now, due to that, it is turned into a tropical storm earlier than we expected.
Yep, that definitely appears to be the case as we get more data, as we get more information out. According to what we're seeing on Tropical Tidbits right here, this thing as of now with Debby is maximum sustained winds is now at 40 knots, which is 45 miles per hour, and the minimum central pressure is down to 1,003 millibars. NHC is holding at 40 and 1,005, so I have a feeling that that's going to be upped a little bit as we get to the 11 p.m. advisory, which will be coming out pretty shortly. Regardless, we are still paying attention to this at this current point. What are your guys' thoughts on the dry air intrusion that's currently going on in Debby right now? At least the potential dry air intrusion.
I think it'll mix it out. I don't think it'll impact it much, in my opinion.
I think it'll overcome it.
I'm sorry?
Honestly, I think it'll overcome it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it, as well as it's in a relatively good environment. There's just a little bit of dry air over to the west of it at this current point that's kind of giving it some issues at this current point. And we have some other stuff that we're paying attention to because the environment in front of it there is still very low wind shear in association with it. We're still having very warm waters. It's still in the 30 degrees Celsius waters, but it's going to enter the 31 degrees Celsius waters in the next few hours as this thing approaches the Florida coast. And for those of you who do not know how much 30 degrees Celsius or 31 degrees Celsius is, that's 86 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit, so more than enough water for this thing to ramp up and potentially develop. In the meantime, though, Florida is seeing some impacts from this already. We mentioned the tornado warning earlier over Fort Lauderdale and over parts of Broward County. So if you are in that tornado warning, remember to seek shelter. Because there could be a small spin up in that at that area right there. So yeah, it's overall we've been watching Debby. We saw this thing become a tropical storm earlier, and now we're seeing this thing continuing to organize and potentially strengthen at least a slower pace right now than it's going to tomorrow. But things are going to be pretty interesting as we continue to look at it. So regardless, we all need to be watching this very closely. We need to pay very close attention to it at this current point. Okay. Yeah. At Pat's Path Predictor, when you talk about DMAX, which is happening right now, can you turn this? Can DMAX turn the system into a hurricane easily? That's not exactly how that works. What essentially, if someone wants to explain the concept behind the diurnal max and the diurnal min, go ahead. That's in the stream right now. If you guys would like to do that, Okay. Hello. All right.
Hello, I was just looking at some behind-the-scenes things real quick that needed to be addressed.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right. Yeah. Thanks for the heads up.
Do you mean like diurnal max and min as in like temperature range throughout the day, or
diurnal max as in?
So.
Yeah, diurnal max.
By the way, it's right now. It's diurnal minimum right now. Is he talking about tomorrow?
He's talking about overnight. He's talking about overnight.
Right, overnight. That's in the morning.
All right.
I doubt that'll take it straight to hurricane status. I doubt that.
Yeah, it needs to get all that dry air mixed out first before it does anything like that. So we're gonna have to pay attention to that right then. Is okay. Okay. I'm just keeping an eye on stuff right now. Yeah. Okay. I'm just watching some behind the scenes right now from my guys who are kind of working there and kind of giving us some information to take a look at in regards to this. We do have hurricane hunters that are in the system right now, keeping an eye on it. I wanted to go ahead and show you guys that they're finding some interesting stuff right now. They found it. They're starting to move into the center at this current point. They've been kind of flying around, kind of sampling the system, seeing what the possible intensity is and kind of what the organization is looking like at this current point. So we're going to have to keep close tabs on that as the night continues to go on. Regardless, things are getting pretty interesting. Things are continuing to show signs of organization and some small signs of intensification as it starts to mix out that dry air. Is there anything you guys want to go ahead and cover cover so that way our audience can kind of just get a better glance of what exactly we're looking at with Debby?
If I may ask a question.
Sure.
What are the chances, because I notice this is going to probably strike the western coast of the Florida Peninsula.
Yep.
What are the chances this will be like a repeat of Charlie?
Not Near zero.
Absolutely
Near zero.
low. Not even the same.
This isn't
position,
even
it's
going
not
to
even the
Punta
same
Gorda.
track.
This thing's going to the Big Bend.
If you want to, and oh, by the way, good evening. My apologies.
There's Tristan. He's back with us tonight.
If there's going to be any track that you could technically say this system is doing, the landfall location combined with its beginning formation kind of reminds me of Hermine from 2016.
Reminds me of Adalia.
Which did
both.
a Cat 1 at landfall. This kind of reminds me of how Hermine started. It had a very good structure of organization in really good warm waters, but the dry air ended up delaying its strength. So for right now, it's kind of like a 2016 Hermine, if you want to get close comparison. I do want to talk about real quick. We mentioned that tornado warning.
Yep.
And that is the dry air helping the system. We talked about last night. There are multiple things in the tropical system to help tornadoes. The right bands for now are perfect for tropical tornadoes. Now you got that little bit of dry air giving a little bit of a mix to the atmosphere, helping the storms have a little bit more room to breathe. We're able to get some of that inflow in. And the system is slowly getting stronger.
It is.
And if you notice, we're having the quote, I call this the trough theory. If you notice the location of the trough.
Yep.
Basically, what in my definition of trough theory is, and we've seen this during a lot of systems. The trough is basically at an angle which you would normally expect wind shear, but then instead of doing the wind shear, it actually helps outflow and the moisture of the storm increase, causing the storm to able to do more convection alongside the Dmax and the warm water. So my question here is that when it gets that inner core to form a little more and get the dry air out, how much will that trough position and that outflow how would it let Debby strengthen? We have seen, and Pat, how many times have we seen a trough in a position to help outflow, and the storm ended up growing ridiculously?
Yeah, we've seen
how
that.
Many times?
Yeah, we've seen that a few times for sure. Just essentially, just for our audience, how that works is the trough.
So basically,
go ahead.
Question you gotta ask to yourself: how long can the dry air stay and inhibit the system? Another example of the trough angle versus dry air was actually Hurricane Beryl in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
Another example was Isaias of 2020 near North Carolina. They had the position to do whatever they want, but there was one thing keeping it up: dry air. The question that everybody should be asking is, how long does it take to mix that dry air before the inner core can rebuild and then strengthen dramatically? If that dry air wasn't there, I bet this would already have been a Cat 1.
No. Okay, that's a little. Okay, this thing is not.
But
this
then you
thing is
have to
a
consider
low-end
rapid
tropical storm right
precipitation.
now. Okay.
But I'm saying if the dry air wasn't there, considering how much.
If the dry air wasn't there, it'd be a bit stronger.
I'd say
but
50
it
miles
wouldn't
per
be a
hour.
Category 1.
I'd say
I
50
would
miles an
say
hour.
high-end tropical storm, because when you have a
not
trough
even that.
position with the warm waters and that dry air has not been able to stop it, storms have strengthened ridiculously.
Yeah,
and we kind of saw that with Beryl. The moment dry air started.
Okay, stop.
Community, I swear, it's the same people who say the dumbest shit all the time.
Okay, let's all just tone it down a notch.
Yeah, guys. How about?
Yeah, we have our new system in motion right now.
Let's just start everything by telling y'all something.
Yeah, let's let Yoshi talk first, and then we can go one at a time.
Recon has found 1,000.8 millibars of pressure extrapolated.
Where at?
So this around the center, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, so the system weakened a little.
Yeah, it might have fluctuated a little bit. We'll have to see what the. Okay, hold up. Let Yoshi talk.
No, did I say 1,008? Yeah. My bad. I was supposed. No, it's 1,000.8.
What?
Oh, yes. See what I mean by the trough interact? Wow.
Wait, where
We're
is
seeing it
this?
firsthand. It's mixing out that dry air.
Okay, yeah, I
Well,
see it.
Show him this.
Yep,
Show him
I
this.
saw it. I saw it. 1008. Where it's at right now.
And if
according
you
to
look at the
NHC.
water vapor, do you notice
I'm
one
watching
of the
it right now.
convection bands just immediately blew up and started to spin violently?
Yeah, that happened in the last 30 minutes.
That's the sign that the storm is mixing out that dry air and using the trough angle to do more outflow. And it's using the energy like it's supposed to. All it would have to do is mix that dry air, and if that inner core can build really quickly, we have a problem. And that's taking it lightly. What is the possible strength? There are so many factors to consider. You got to balance out the human error with the storm structure, with the conditions versus what it's going against. You got a trough angle for outflow, 30 to 31 Celsius water.
Pat predictor, bro. I have a question.
What's up?
I need to know how strong the storm is going to be.
We're trying to figure that out right now.
I need a direct intensity estimate to the mile an hour accurate.
Okay.
To the mile an hour, I would range or direct? Range or direct?
Of course, Tristan knows, bro. Tristan thinks he knows everything.
Okay,
about
all right. Let's relax. Let's relax. Let's take a breather.
Barrels,
all right.
Category 5 intensity. So I don't think predicting intensity is a strong suit of the models at the moment.
Well, what I'll say is right now the NHC. What does the NHC have this at? The
NHC
landfall?
is going for 75 miles an hour.
All right. What I'll say right now is, if you
I'll say 85.
Oh, what?
I don't want the NHC forecast. I want the.
I know. That's what I'm looking at, as well as what I'm seeing with satellite right now.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Appreciate it, bro.
What I'm thinking right now for me personally is, I mean, I've seen the ship's models indicating some potentially very robust strengthening happening. Ultimately, I still think 90 miles per hour is where this thing could max out, unless somehow overnight this thing explodes,
and I really do think it's exploding, but that dry air is keeping it.
Yeah, the dry air is limiting it quite a bit.
Right now.
I mean, the convection is exploding right now in some aspects. I've been paying attention to, but for now, we're definitely starting to see signs of that.
Basically, if there was no dry air there, this would literally be Debbie's heaven.
I agree.
Not putting that lightly.
I agree.
The conditions are
Tristan,
so good.
I think Tristan thinks the only thing stopping hurricanes from intensifying is dry air. That's the only thing.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, hold on.
We've seen it multiple times.
Yeah, we
saw it during Isaiah. We saw it during Beryl. We saw it during every system.
Okay, time out.
It is a fact that hurricanes can only survive off of the lack of dry air. There are no other factors that go into their intensification or formation.
Well, is actually, and that would be wind shear, but based on the current observations and some of the maps I'm looking at, there's not very much wind shear that's going to stop this at this current point.
No. In fact, the trough that would produce dry air would produce an angle to produce outflow for the system.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're saying there's no 70 knots of bulk shear? This is
there's no 70. Look, there's barely 10 right now.
Oh man, that's really low. These storms are not going to organize, bro.
Oh my god.
That's not how tropical systems work.
Well, okay, let's just get this out of the way very quickly. We have a lot of people in chat that are watching this right now and want to know what the hell is going to happen.
Very popular stream,
So in the meantime, what I'm looking at right now, yeah, Tristan, I'm seeing what you're seeing right now with the convection starting to flare up a little bit more. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out, but the fact that the hurricane hunters found extrapolated pressure, before we do anything with that, I want to know what the dropsand data they have is. Okay, they don't have dropsands for that mission, but hopefully the other one that's in the hurricane that other hurricane hunter aircraft that's in the tropical wave right now, hopefully we can get an extrapolated pressure and get a drop near the center of circulation, because the most I'm seeing the lowest I'm seeing right now, based on everything other that's not extrapolated pressure, like stuff I'm looking at, is around 1,003 or so. So that's what I'm paying attention to.
I think the National Hurricane Center will, unless they keep confirming the 1,000 millibar, I think they will go with the 1,003 millibar next.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
guys, what's the latest tropical bulletin for the hurricane or whatever it's called?
It's a tropical storm. This thing, you need 74 miles per hour for a hurricane, but we already went over the public advisory. We already the forecast discussion. They update that every 6 hours, and we're getting a new one in about 45 minutes.
Let me read the forecast discussion. Yeah,
we already read that. We already took a look at that. We're not. That was at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We're waiting until.
Wait for the.
Yeah, we're waiting for the 11 p.m.
The new data.
Yep, because that way we can extrapolate it and take care of that. Okay.
Well, the 11 p.m. forecast discussion.
We're waiting for that.
Okay, the next forecast discussion we're waiting for. Okay.
Yes, that's the next one.
Yes, the next one we're waiting for is at 11 o'clock.
All right.
Real quick, I do want to go over the threats because there are some things I'm looking at. First of all, for tornadoes, it got to be a slight risk event because of the way the
in the meantime, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. I want to go ahead and bring up. This is in effect for northeastern Hendry County and southwestern Glades County in Florida. This tornado warning has been canceled. The band moved out of the area, and it appears that the rotation had weakened on that below tornado levels. But here's the threat we're looking at: 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. That is currently west of Lake Okeechobee right now. So now that we got that out of the way, and we're going to monitor that threat. It is still
tornado possible by the National Weather Service.
Yes, I completely agree with that, especially with how these bands have been starting to organize and develop. So, yeah.
Let's go. I want to go over some of the threats. First of all, for tornadoes, I expect a slight structure, trough angle, everything. I do expect a slight risk of tornadoes. The thing that's making me not want to go higher than that is, of course, Florida is very flat. You don't got a lot of terrain to help updraft and shear, and because we don't know how fast this thing is going to intensify. And depending on that, you could get a more enclosed structure, which would prevent a lot of tropical tornadoes. Now, when the storm, and I've been seeing the storm on models in the National Hurricane Center stalling. My biggest tornado area is, I can't really do a pinpoint because the system is going to be having problems with steering current. So, and we won't know the structure in the Atlantic. What I will say, though, is that if you are, and I need to point this out because this is one of the main threats of tropical systems. Savannah, Charleston. If you are in Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida, turn around, don't drown.
Yes, absolutely. And I can show you the graphics for rainfall potential right here.
16 to 20 inches of rain.
Yeah,
now,
first of all, there is a
that depends on the angle.
Yeah, first of all, there is a moderate risk for flooding from the Big Bend of Florida through Jacksonville, through Savannah and Charleston right there. And the rainfall potential we are looking at is potentially up to 12 to 16 inches for Savannah and Charleston, and about 8 to 12 for from the Big Bend to Jacksonville and the area surrounding Savannah and Charleston. So, Tristan nailed it right on the head.
I can see 20 inches because you got the uplift from the Appalachian Mountains, and then you do have the trough doing some lift influence. So we could see local areas of 20 inches.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And eventually, I do think a small localized high risk of flooding will happen. It's just a matter of the structure during the time and how much rain's actually falling. Because that area has actually been kind of dry, which is good news ahead of a system that is trying to stall.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that 100%. We have already over 200 people in the stream right now. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It helps us get more people engaged with weather. It really helps us out. We've only been streaming for 25 minutes and we're already getting a lot of people who are wanting to get more people engaged with weather. So thank you very much for tuning in. In the meantime, though, Tristan, if you want to continue with the flooding threat, go right ahead.
Flooding. And another problem you have to consider with the flooding, and this is the part where a lot of people don't understand how significant this is. When the storm is going to be stalling off the coast, of course it's going to be raining a lot, but the one thing they don't consider is the surge also pushing the water. When you have inland flooding and then the water is moving ashore, the rivers can't just empty out. They're going to rise. And that's one of the biggest things. River flooding and flash flooding is the main threat with this system. Now, could wind be the main threat depending on the intensification? Yes, but that is a wait and see. We do know, however, that 90% of victims in a hurricane is not by wind or tornadoes, it's flooding. Turn around, don't drown. Don't be in areas of landslides. Don't be in areas of that could flood easily. And if you are near the Appalachians where flooding can be enhanced, I suggest you make a plan. So you need to get insurance, you need to get money, you need to get the supplies, because once flooding happens, it is rapid. You may not have time. Look for a shelter. Look for an area of high ground that is safe.
Okay.
Before the storm arrives.
Yeah, a lot of those points I agree with, but I will say it's probably a little too... in terms of getting money, you mean cash? Just to clarify. Okay.
Cash,
in terms of
credit card or cash.
Yeah, in terms of getting insurance, in terms of getting insurance, it's a little too late for that right now. But I just wanted to make that point. But in the meantime, we have a $10 donation from Toy Rocket Ship. Hey Pat, I hope you have a great day. I'm wondering if there are any updated models suggesting that Debby might strengthen into a hurricane and later weaken, potentially affecting New York City. It's going to strengthen up into a hurricane, but New York City is probably in the clear for now. But we'll have to see it. I want in the meantime.
We'll have to see. It's too far out, especially with the steering currents.
Yep. Yeah.
I wanted to add that I would recommend getting cash over just sticking with the credit card.
Yes.
Because if the power goes out, then
yes.
your
Thank
credit
you,
card
Alex.
is practically worthless.
We'll
thank you, Alex.
You never know.
I think getting cash would be a better option just in case, in my personal opinion. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Alex.
I do want to look at the models a little bit because they're really trying to emphasize. By the way,
do you want the operational or the hurricane models?
The hurricane models. What I've been noticing on the hurricane models, and this might just be me, this might be a tornado producer. I keep seeing really good supercells on so many runs on the right side when it's stolen. Yeah,
I'm definitely noticing that aspect of it as well. The question is there going to be enough shear to the east for it to rise up to that threat level? That's the main question we have, as well as the dry air issues that could help with it.
Considering that Isaias, Farrell, so many others did it with this exact same mesoscale setup, I would not be surprised, but it's not guaranteed. Tropical systems, they're not just A, B, C. They can be very complex with the little mesoscale interactions that go around.
Yep.
So that is a little bit of a tricky question.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just a little bit difficult to forecast that part of it because of the mesoscale aspects to it. So it's something to watch, and I definitely agree with Tristan that the tropical tornado threat is still very much there. It's not just in Florida, but in other areas that might be affected in the southeastern United States as well, where there is higher shear values. But in the meantime, does anyone else want to add anything to that discussion that we were talking about?
Real quick.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Yoshi talk first.
Go ahead, Yoshi.
I do want to say, since there's been 2 center passes on Recon. One was 1,005 and one was 1,000. That was a 5 millibar difference in, I'd say, an hour.
Really?
That's not.
I don't know.
To hear.
I don't know of a time between.
Oh.
I don't know exactly of a time between the passes, but usually they take about an hour.
Yeah, I just saw that.
That's not comfortable. That's not comfortable.
Yeah, we're down.
All.
I just saw that according to the
Well,
to Hurricane Recon, we're down to
type
1,001 millibars. Go ahead. Go ahead if you guys are ready. I just wanted to point that out to our audience.
Someone else did say, and quote, 700 millibar center does seem to be stacked with the surface center. So it is
So they're
stacking
aligned. There's
the
nothing
MLC and
wrong.
LLC. They were unstacked a couple hours ago. It's been unstacked, I'm pretty sure, God, almost all day. So they are finally stacking, which means that this
I wonder.
is strengthening. It'll continue to strengthen, most likely.
Yoshi, we've also witnessed storms that were able to stack better next to trough angles. I wonder if the trough angle is assisting the stack.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think the trough angle is everything. The trough angle isn't causing
It's just a
everything
theory,
about
Okay.
the
though.
storm.
I'm not
Let Yoshi
saying it
talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying this is natural stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think the troughing angle is doing much to this storm.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything about such troughing angle either.
Yeah.
The
In the
troughing
meantime,
angle,
though,
it's gonna
while
help,
we're
it's
waiting,
gonna help the
we do
storm
have
go
a
along its
$5
track,
donation.
but-
We do have a $5 donation by Andy Amigo. I'm a lineman, and I appreciate all your info and keeping me updated. My bags are packed, and most likely I'll be heading to the Big Bend area tomorrow. Are you?
Before any. Go ahead.
Yeah, that. Well, I'm not sure. Is this a chaser, or I'm not 100% sure in that regard. But if you, be careful.
No,
out
he's
there.
a lineman. I'm pretty
He's a
sure
lineman.
he
Oh.
actually works.
Oh, never mind.
Wait.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, he's a lineman. He has to work over there.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I messed that up. My bad, Andy.
Yeah. So he's a lineman. So he has to actually fix all of the down stuff.
I'm sorry. My bad. I had a little bit of a brain fart. Well, if you're when you go to the Big Bend, stay safe out there. That's the one thing I can say. I do apologize for that. In the meantime, though, you guys go ahead and continue saying what you were. You guys go ahead and continue discussing what you were discussing. I had to interrupt for the whole donation. So thank you.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And
Forming models right now.
What's up?
I'm saying that concerning pressure, that this is a crap. I had word. What did I say earlier? Outperforming the models right now.
According to Recon, it is.
Yeah, GFS didn't have this at 1001 until tomorrow afternoon.
Let me take a look at that very quickly.
It goes 1000 at hour 24.
Hour 24, which, oh yes, it does. It does. It gets as it's approaching the Big Bend too, which is interesting.
This could the next gen could totally really take this.
Yeah, this is interesting right here. Let's see. I'm looking at this. The H-Wharf had this at 1004 at this current point. The H-Mon had this at 1008. The Halves A had this. I have no idea where that low pressure system is on the Halves A. It was 1003 at 1 a.m. Halves B.
The HWRF does initialize it at 1001.
It does?
The H-Mon it does. Look at it. H-Mon initializes it as a non-tropical cyclone, so we can get rid of that for now.
Yeah.
HAFSA has it at also a non-tropical cyclone, and B has it also at a non-tropical cyclone. Oh, it has one thing that's 999 millibars for that one out, definitely.
Okay. Yeah,
HWRF is the only good initialization.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the H-Wharf it had it at 1001 at 18Z, which is 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's definitely getting there at this current point. But regardless, Recon is definitely out there Hurricane hunters, shout out to them. They've been doing a phenomenal job tonight, getting us the data and information that we need. So, yeah, quite the situation we're looking at right now. It's because What's up?
Sorry. I also wanted to mention on Tropical Tidbits, they are listing Debby at 40
We
knots.
already discussed that. I think that's where NHC is going to go for at the end. Yeah.
Which is interesting because I didn't think they would do it at this point. At least I could be wrong. They probably would have done it at this point, but I was just thinking, if it continues on this, we could be looking at a stronger storm. Again, I'm not going to go say what intensity.
You're not going to say. Yeah, you don't want to start an argument over here.
All right, we have another $10 donation, ladies and gentlemen. Pat, I may be a fat little cat, but my family watches everything you do post and is appreciative of everything you do, and I agree with the cash thing. Yes, absolutely with that. It's better in a natural disaster threat like this. It's definitely going to definitely a better idea to have cash. So we're gonna. In case something bad happens, in case the power goes out and we can't use credit cards. So I completely agree with that 100%. And Alex, I know you were talking about that earlier, and you made the point. So that credit goes out to you, about that. So I just thought I'd shout you out with that.
I do want to say that ATCF is showing it at 40 knots, 1,003 millibars. However, I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see an override to 1001 pretty soon.
Yeah, I can see that with the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance. Definitely going to be interesting what the NHC ends up doing. And we still have about 30 minutes left to go. So, yeah, is there anything else you guys want to go ahead and talk about?
Can I just talk about the icon real quick? This is my first time looking at the 18Z icon, and
wow, yeah.
It is showing.
We'll entertain it for a second just to take a look at it, but I would take it. I would be interested. I am interested in taking a look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's showing a major hurricane off the Carolina coast. Take that with a grain of salt, people.
Yes.
I don't know if that'll happen just yet, but
it would. Yeah, the icon, in order for that to happen, it would have to move far enough off the Gulf into the Gulf Stream on the Atlantic in order for it to hit Wilmington, where this thing is likely headed. I talked to Connor about that earlier, and yeah, he's concerned about that, but take it with a huge grain of salt. None of the other models are anticipating this. The icon's been kind of going haywire in regards to this.
Speaking of icon, looking at a more reliable range, looking at 12Z versus 18Z, it's gone very slightly more east and a tiny bit slower.
On the icon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Again, we'll have to see how this goes.
Okay. All right, has the NHC updated? No, it hasn't updated yet. We're waiting for another half an hour.
Yes, they have. They have.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Yeah, look in no mic.
I saw that. I'm not reading it out.
It's real, bro. I'm telling you. I have NWS.
I know that's I know you're trolling behind the scenes. If you want to do that, put that in hypo WX.
Read it then, bro.
Not gonna happen. Read it then. Not gonna happen.
Read it in your head. Read it. You'll see. It's real, bro.
Oh my
okay,
God.
just if you okay. All right.
This fool can stop.
All right.
Really trying to help, bro. I'm trying to give advance warning, dude.
The only thing y'all are doing is making one.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, though, the NHC has not updated yet. So in that regard,
that isn't even worded like an NHC advisory.
Yeah, we're not going to listen. I'm not even going to show it. I'm not even going to entertain it.
Because it's condensed. I don't have nitro.
I have the full thing
in the TXT file.
Okay, let's stop this.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if that is correct, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do something insane.
Yeah, I'm not even going to entertain it. Okay, stop.
I'm gonna eat a spear if that happens.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Do you think they're going to go 45 next advisory?
Yes.
Some of the wind data?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, yeah. There's multiple points for 45.
Sorry about that. Those were my dogs.
It's fine.
It's fine. In the meantime, though, yeah, this is what the situation is right now. I wonder if we have a new Hurricane Hunter update at right now. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Hurricane Hunters are definitely finding some winds right now. Okay.
Bro, quit disconnecting me, man. I'm not even doing anything anymore.
Oh boy. In the meantime, though, is there anything else you guys would like to say regarding Debby as the update starts to get typed by the NHC and they decide to make their decision?
I do think it'll be stronger than 75. They can get that dry air out.
Okay.
That's the one thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Again, like Tristan said last night, prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah, definitely right now. That's definitely right now. Especially like my main concern right now. I want to see how fast this thing is moving right now, just out of curiosity, because people
14
are asking.
miles an hour.
Yeah, this thing's
perfect.
slowed down a little bit since last night. We was at 17 before. Now it's at 14. So
tropical systems like below 20 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Because when it's faster than that.
Yeah, unless it's barrel, of course. But anyway, well, in regards to this, I'm looking at satellite. I want you guys to take a look at the latest satellite imagery, and I want your guys' opinion on this, because I'm noticing more of a flare above convection near the center of circulation, kind of like what Tristan was alluding to, and I'm starting to notice it might be wrapping around a little bit. It's not doing that much now, but it's starting to wrap around just a slight amount. What are your guys' thoughts on it so far?
I agree. It is.
It is starting to wrap around, but again, it has to close the western side.
Yes.
Well.
Yeah.
That's the one condition. Once it does, it might have more time than you think.
What makes you think that? Let me check the
satellite versus recon position.
All right.
The center's actually on the southern blob. Oh, I missed that. Hold on. I missed it. See, I make mistakes.
What's going on?
The southern blob of convection near Cuba is the actual center. The northern blob is just rain band. So this is actually more in water than we think if you look at the recon position carefully.
I'll take a look at that.
So this does have more time than we.
Are you referring to that southern area of convection, not over the island of Cuba, but to the north of it?
Just above it, west, somewhat southwest of Key West. Not
yeah,
Key West,
okay,
Key
yeah,
Largo,
I see that.
And the dry Tortuga.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching it as well. I think we'll wait for the NHC.
It's a really small area. Do we have any more imagery of the inner core?
I don't know if we have any microwave imagery on that. Do we have microwave on that? If someone could access that, at least get us a general idea.
Everything we got suggests that the northern part is the center, not the southern blob.
Either that or the area in between
Recon
that.
says the southern blob is the center.
I
believe.
Let me see.
Okay,
yeah, I know what you're talking about, Tristan.
Center.
I see. It's in between it. It's in between those blobs. That's what they're finding with the center.
it's a little exposed, but not too much.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's the dry air work.
Okay. Yeah, that's the dry air doing some work right now, but it looks like the convection is starting to recover a little bit, at least on the northern part of it. The southern part, we'll have to see what happens, but...
And again, this is going to be one of those systems, because of the steering currents, I'm not too focused on the strength. I'm more concerned about how much moisture this can carry with the trough.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too.
Current.
Just a reminder to our audience to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It helps us get more people engaged with weather, and we have about 200 people in chat right now. Very much appreciative of the support we've been getting tonight, so thank you very much. So, Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to give a quick reminder.
We
to
got
that.
some breaking news.
What's it? What's
the city of Charleston, South Carolina, has released a press conference concerning Tropical Storm Debby.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just seeing something. Okay, yeah, Galaxy's sending me some stuff behind the scenes right now to take a look at. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you guys want to take a look at that, I want your thoughts on what he's putting into the chat. He also sent some microwave imagery, which I'll go ahead and play for.
I will say this: the shape of the bands on the imagery show organization, but the convection has not had time to build enough to actually build the inner core itself.
Yep.
But the shape of it is really organized.
Yeah. So overall, the structure's not bad at all. It's just being hampered by dry air.
The layout is not bad, but it has competition.
Yeah. Yeah, we aren't worried about South Carolina yet. It hasn't even hit Florida. The reason we're worried about South Carolina is because of this right here. Charleston could see over a foot of rain from this. And there's already a moderate risk issued for flash flooding. That's why we're concerned about this, because this thing is expected to stall in the southwestern Atlantic Ocean and potentially bring some very life-threatening impacts to Savannah, to Charleston, to potentially the rest of South Carolina and North Carolina. In fact, Wilmington is in that 6 to 8 inch range right there. So we're going to have to watch out for them as well.
I'm very curious. How deep are the waters off the coast of South Carolina? One of my biggest concerns for South Carolina is this is just a reference. I'm not saying it's going to happen. What Sally did in 2020, after she stalled for so long, she suddenly when she tried to make that other landfall, she suddenly intensified. I wonder how deep those waters are, and I wonder what's going to happen with the evolution of the structure once it gets off Florida and South Carolina.
Yeah. All right, we have a question.
Do we know how deep those waters are?
If someone behind the scenes can do some research on that while we're doing that, please go ahead and do that. It'd be much appreciated.
The surface temperature is 30
So we got some more news.
What's up?
Remember when we were talking about the 1,000.8 extrapolated on Recon? Yeah. That may have been a fluke. We've got another pass, and it shows 1,006.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, wait. So
it
was 2 millibars lower than what it could have, than what the data got, and then now it was 1,000.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, I just got a tweet from one of my guys, from Dr. Levi Cowan. Aircraft reconnaissance data from the Hurricane Hunter within Tropical Storm Debby shows a still weak circulation west of the Florida Keys with no well-defined compact ring of maximum winds yet. Intensification will be slow as opposed to rapid until this changes. However, at least 36 hours before landfall in northern Florida could be enough time for Debby to become a hurricane, and residents should prepare accordingly. Dr. Cowan presented a picture of the reconnaissance, kind of indicating and circling where the center of circulation is. This is a rather broad, at least, circulation right here, and that's kind of interesting to take a look at. Like I said, it needs to walk before it can run. This thing's trying to walk. It's crawling right now, but it needs to walk.
Can I share a tweet from WeatherTrack US? Because this is very interesting. Multiple rounds of tropical thunderstorms are likely to move across Florida associated with Debby on Sunday the Monday. Some of these storms will likely be tornadic now, especially when she makes landfall early Monday morning. Flooding will also be a large concern as well, given the slow-moving tropical system. The loop is from the HRRR. That is a convective model, and it shows... This is a broad system, right? It shows supercells from central Florida all the way to South Carolina on its right side. Wow.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty interesting.
That doesn't mean that's going to happen. What that means is that the right structure of the storm maybe a really good tornado producer, especially considering waterspouts lift in the Appalachian Trough. But again, in counteracting to that, Florida is flat, and we don't know the complete structure of Debby at landfall. So this is a little bit of a complex mesoscale situation. I do expect tornado watch.
Sorry, I failed to see how flat land actually inhibits tornado genesis.
That's because of friction. That's
Yes.
that's one thing. Because of friction, and that can help generate some mesoscale wind shear within the system, and that could help produce a small spin up. That's how.
Also, tornadoes love moisture. And
Yes. Tornadoes and hurricanes are the opposite. Tornadoes love wind shear. Hurricanes hate wind shear. So I thought I'd bring that up. But on mesoscale
I thought
systems,
we were talking about the tornadoes, right?
what?
I thought we were talking about the tornado
We
threat, not
are
the hurricane.
talking about the tornado threat with this. We are. I'm just kind of making the point.
But just because it's a hurricane doesn't mean all the rules about tornadoes go out the window.
No, of course. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm trying to say is a shear at a mesoscale in a mesoscale setting can absolutely
the
help.
evolution of the storm structure and the mesoscale within the right bands of the storm.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say.
Tornado production.
You're just saying buzzwords for the sake of saying buzzwords.
Oh my
am I
God.
just not getting what you're saying?
Okay.
I'm genuinely starting to think this guy's a troll.
He most likely is.
I'm not a troll.
Can someone get him out? Can someone get him out, please?
Look,
Oh my God! You guys don't even listen to your fans.
Just look. We're doing some very serious coverage right now.
I am. I'm being serious.
Okay.
Chill.
Okay, if you're willing to contribute, you can stay on here. If not, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Now that that's out of the way, what are your is there any other news that we want to talk about? We were asking kind of how deep the waters in the southwestern Atlantic are. I'll have to take a look at that. But if someone either here in the VC or behind the scenes can help me out with that and kind of give us a general time frame of, or at least even a map or an estimation of that, and compare that to the Gulf of Mexico, that would be much appreciated. So that way we can give a general idea.
I know the waters off South Carolina are 30 Celsius in a small area around.
Yeah, I see it. I saw it.
So, according to the South Carolina DNR website, the depths of waters off the coast of South Carolina vary from 50 feet to well over 600 feet. So,
all right,
that's your range.
Okay, well that helps a little bit. Compare that to the Gulf of Florida, just for context, because I know the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, in a lot of areas, there's a lot of really deep water, especially in the central Gulf. However, like near the coastlines, it's relatively shallow in that area because of the continental shelf. So that's why I'm asking right there, because I know the Atlantic has a deeper cutoff than the Florida coast on the Gulf because of the continental shelf. So I just figured I'd ask about that. But in the meantime, while we're getting that, okay, all right. I was just reading something behind the scenes. I'm gonna see. Okay, let's see what the NHC. Yeah, they haven't issued their latest advisory yet. It's 9:44 my time, 10:44 Eastern time. They're going to do it in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll be on to watch that. Be sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. It gets more people engaged with weather, and it really helps us out, and we really appreciate you doing that. So, yeah.
This is going to be one of those storms where no matter what, you're going to have problems.
Yeah.
These are what I call pick your poison.
Yeah.
If this storm still stays broad, it will strengthen slower, lowering wind damage. But in trade, you're going to have more capability of tornadoes on the right side, and you're going to have a larger area of moisture with the lift of trough, that will create more flooding. And the steering currents will be soft. That will contribute to more flooding. If this thing strengthens rapidly, your flooding actually does go a little bit down because it's more of a combat area. But in trade, there's a bit more storm surge, of course, in the Big Bend because it acts like a bowl. It's going to funnel that water in. Yep. You're going to have a bit more of damaging wind, but then it's still going to stall. The question is, what happens at landfall? What happens at landfall may determine the rest of the storm.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
It may determine. That doesn't mean it will determine.
Yeah. Okay. So Galaxy was behind the scenes asking with the Gulf, with at least the waters on the Gulf Stream. Alex was talking about the waters in South Carolina, which thank you very off South Carolina, which thank you very much for, by the way. But the Gulf Stream, which is a little bit further off, it typically has about a 2,600 to 39-foot depth in the stream, and that's a current right there. So definitely the waters are deeper than they are off the continental shelf in the Gulf. So definitely has some more interesting stuff to work with if it gets off the coast of Georgia or South Carolina and organizes from there. Regardless, a bunch of stuff's been going on. We're gonna have to pay attention to that. Is there anything else you guys want to pay attention to before we get the advisory? Because I've been keeping an eye on recon, and things are getting pretty interesting, and we know that this is a relatively broad system.
We got some new convection bursts going up.
All right.
Uh-oh. New convection bursts, not good.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, hold up. Let me go ahead and zoom in on this real quickly. Hold on. Yep, I'm starting to see some small areas of convection starting to burst up near the center of circulation. Looks like it started about 5 minutes ago. What's up?
This is why you should get AWIPS. I got it a lot sooner.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how after this one.
All right, perfect. Regardless though, this is going to be an interesting threat, because let's say this thing doesn't strengthen as fast as the NHC wants this to, and this just makes landfall as a tropical storm. Your flood threat is still absolutely going to be there, because
your tornado count tornado chances go higher because it doesn't have a compact core anymore. It has more mesoscale features to help some of the updrafts of those tropical supercells, because it's not being choked off by rain. Yeah.
Okay, the NHC has issued advisories for the Eastern Pacific. Debby is next, according to Galaxy Bender. Thank you very much for the update right there. So it looks like we will be getting an update in the next few minutes. So things are going to get pretty interesting. We have almost 250 people in the stream right now. If you guys would like to ask any questions before the advisory comes out, feel free to ask them. We are more than happy to answer them, and we will do that in a timely manner, just so that way we can get this taken care of. All right. So in the meantime, though, I'm going to keep an eye on the convection. We're keeping an eye on Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance, and we're also keeping an eye on the forecast models, which I believe, with the new information that the recon is going to be doing, is going to help improve those models quite dramatically. So we got some stuff to pay attention to. We have a pretty active night tonight here on the Pat's Path Predictor channel.
We just got some new rapid intensification percentage potential.
Is that on the ships?
Most of the ships model.
Yeah, we already saw that. We already saw. I think we are
just the 50% of a 30 mile per hour in 24 hours.
All right.
I'm honestly pretty surprised by that.
I'm gonna take a look. I know Galaxy put that in.
56%
here it is.
Of a 30 mile per hour increase in 24 hours. 40% of a 64 mile per hour increase in 48 hours. Wow. Debby has near a 50-50 shot of becoming at least a Category 2 hurricane before landfall, but that is by the ship's model. If it can get rid of that dry air and make its inner core more intact, that's the condition.
Tropical Storm Debby Advisory 7 has been issued. I'm waiting on the NHC to update their page on it.
They do. They have it. We got it.
Oh, there we go.
Yep,
There we go. Okay.
We got it. All right.
24.4 north, 86.3 west. It is moving northwest at 14 miles an hour with 1,003 millibars as its minimum pressure.
That's interesting.
And sustained at 45.
Okay, guys, go to the discussion. Go to the discussion real quickly. They've updated the peak. They've updated the peak. They're now calling for an 85 mile per hour hurricane.
Oh my God!
Wow. That's impressive.
The control was wrong.
Yeah, the cone hasn't updated yet. Wow, that's interesting.
Now that we're 85, are we still calling a Cat 2 to low and 3 a
No.
Not yet.
Chance now?
This needs to mix this dry air out first, and then we can entertain that.
If it does it, then I think we're getting at least a Cat 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and read out the discussion to kind of give our audience what the NHC is thinking and then break it down from there in layman's terms. So, Hurricane Hunter aircraft have found, they've been investigating Debby during the past few hours and have found that the winds have increased slightly and the central pressure has fallen. They have found SFMR measurements of 35 to 40 knots.
This is interesting. This is interesting.
All right.
Hold on. The track guidance is in good agreement during this period, and the NHC track has only shifted slightly east to account for a slight relocation of the initial position based on the aircraft data. So, due to being on the wrong position, they have shifted the track slightly east.
Where do you see that? Exactly?
It's in the middle of the second paragraph.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Also, they did a small relocation, or they just got it wrong.
My guess is that it was a bit of an error, and they were waiting for Hurricane Hunter recon to do that. So ultimately, I want to read this last paragraph because I think it's interesting. Low vertical shear and very warm waters, as warm as 32 degrees Celsius within Appalachia Bay, are likely to support additional strengthening while Debby approaches the Florida Big Bend. The intensity guidance has increased a bit on this cycle. Most of the regional hurricane models are showing Debby reaching hurricane strength before it reaches the coast, while the statistical dynamics ships and LGEM models have increased it to the 75 to 80 knot range. In addition, the rapid intensification indices are showing a 1 in 3 chance of a 45 knot increase in intensity over the next 36 hours. Based on this model data, the NHC intensity forecast has increased to 75 knots or 86 miles per hour. No, not 86, 85, excuse me, in 36 hours, just before the center of Debby is expected to reach the coast. Weakening is anticipated.
Show them the new cone we have.
Is it out?
I posted it. Yeah, it's out in VC No Mic. I posted it.
Okay. All right, perfect. I'll go ahead and pull that up right now. So, oh yeah, I see it. Here's the new cone we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. The cone has been pretty interesting to take a look at. It's expected to make landfall I believe, either mid-Monday morning or early Monday afternoon now, and we are now looking at a tropical storm all the way until it gets off the coast of Georgia, and then it moves very slowly into the southwestern Atlantic, and then ends up making landfall by Thursday afternoon near Charleston, South Carolina, as a tropical storm. I'm going to see the forecast guidance in the discussion for this. They're calling for this thing to be at 50 miles per hour over the water and then 45 miles per hour inland on days 4 and 5, respectively. So, ultimately, we have new stuff to show you. We have a lot of things to take a look at. Things are going to be pretty interesting to take a look at. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It helps us get more people engaged with weather, and we really appreciate that here on the Pat's Path Predictor channel. We have almost 300 people in the chat right now, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will continue to keep you updated at this current point. Let's go. I want to go ahead and look at some of the other graphics that the NHC may have issued.
Oh, we got something.
What do we got? Oh, yes, we do.
5 to 10 feet of storm surge from Akula River to the Swanee River.
Yep, we have 6 to 10 feet of surge now. So that has definitely increased in the last 12 hours, as they're now calling for a mid-range Category 1 hurricane to approach the coast. So yeah, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge is now expected. We're still expecting 4 to 7 feet from the Swanee River.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're going. Go ahead.
Basically, if this storm, it slowly intensifies. Remember, this is if rapid intensification is not here, which it is. So this is going to be a little bit of a loose, but it is really reminding me of Hermine.
Okay.
It kind of is so far with the right angle, with the messed up center in the beginning with some dry air, and then it suddenly really gets its act together right before landfall.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what Hermine did. The only difference is, however, is that this might rapidly intensify a bit higher than that, but it does kind of remind me of Hermine of 2016 if I wanted to do an analog.
Yeah.
Kind of does.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you're not wrong. I've looked at Hermine, and I completely agree with you on that. One thing I am noticing, we're seeing more flare-ups in the convection near the center of circulation, mostly on the southern side of the convection. So we're going to have to keep close tabs on that right now. And the small things will add up later. And as we continue later into the stream, we're going to have to pay attention to that, as that might be an indication that this thing might be starting to ramp up a few notches or so. It's definitely
you might
want
to look at this.
So here's the question. Do we want to say, because of the way the system's been acting, the SHIPS model and the National Hurricane Center, they do say 85. Would our guess be 5 miles per hour higher? Maybe 90?
That's where I'm going, at 90.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going at 90 just based
90,
off of the new guidance. And that's normal. Yeah, in situations like this, I don't like to be very aggressive with this, because there's still a lot of unknowns regards to this. But I wanted to go ahead and show the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities and the hurricane wind speed probabilities as they're starting to ramp up, because Yoshi was kind of mentioning them in VC No Bike. So
I was comparing last advisories versus this advisories. It jumped way more than all of us expected.
Yeah, this was at 5 p.m. And we were looking at about a 80 to 90% chance in a slightly concentrated area. Now we have 90 to 100 across a massive area, all the way until landfall in Florida. So that's a massive jump in the probabilities. Hurricane wind speed probabilities are now at 30%. So,
and when a hurricane intensifies, the storm relative helicity, storm relative helicity is basically the spin in the atmosphere at different levels. When a hurricane intensifies, the SRH tends to be raised up, which does promote tornadoes. So yes. I do now expect a slight risk for tornadoes. If I were to guess, it would be areas from landfall between, and this is a little bit vague, they might go a little lower, between Tallahassee and Gainesville, Florida. Maybe they'll include parts of southern Georgia, maybe just west of Jacksonville, depending on how broad the system is. If I were to calculate the SRH, and remember, I'm not using any models, but a quick guess would be maybe 200 SRH at the 0 to 1 kilometer of the atmosphere. Maybe about 70 to 80 at the 0 to 500, and maybe about 250 to 300 SRH at the highest kilometer. I am checking the SRH in some models right now.
I do want to give y'all a new thing, all right? A new thing to look at that you can use this entire Atlantic season. It shows a whole bunch of special models that we can look at. That's where that ships thing originated, actually. Post in VC No Mike, look at it.
I'll take a quick look.
It's amazing so far.
All right, so, okay, hold on a second. All right.
Speaking of the storm surge,
I wonder
What's up?
How the bay's geography will influence it.
Tristan, hold on. Let's let Alex ask his question. So, Alex, go ahead.
Speaking of the storm surge, I wonder how sort of like the bends, or the bay, if you will, how its geography will affect it. You know, how
Yeah.
much it'll boost it.
Because this thing is approaching, first, does anyone want to go ahead and answer that? If not, I can go ahead and do
What
that.
was the question, real quick?
How is the geography going to affect storm surge?
Geography that affects storm, because the Big Bend, it's kind of like it's like a funnel. When you funnel stuff in, it's able to concentrate. That's what the surge is doing to the Big Bend. It has higher storm surge because it's like a bowl. It's like a funnel and a bowl if you mix them together. It funnels in towards the Big Bend because it's being directed towards by the right side of the storm, and the surge will go a little higher because when water gets to a concentrated area, it would have to rise, especially with the sea pressure. So I do expect, but also it does depend on high and low tide because that can raise the waters about 1 to 2 feet more. Do we have any timing for high and low tides for the Big Bend area of Florida?
I'll have to get back on that. Does anyone have that information? Because I don't have that at hand, and that would be very handy.
No, I don't.
Okay.
It says that high tide is today. It's going to be at 11:10 p.m.
So let's go over the next
How is
few
it
days
tomorrow?
of high tide, low tide.
What's it going to be
Let's
tomorrow? If you guys know.
Let's see. Tomorrow.
All right.
And while he's setting that up, I'm looking at.
We got
some
something else too.
models.
Concerning rainfall, look in BC Nomad Pet and show 'em this
Yeah,
real
I'm
quick.
seeing it.
We got up to 11 inches along a lot of the coast, actually.
Yeah, that's your flash flood threat right there. And this is the official NOAA blend of models, right? Yeah, this is.
Yes, it is. So this takes all NOAA's models, blends them together, and this is the average. So we are pretty confident about this.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad. What's up?
I got very good information on the storm relative felicity. Oh yes, hold on. Not only do I got some competitive models, I have a sounding from Tampa, Florida.
Okay, could you explain what the SRH how the SRH would help? Would kind of how we use that in this context of the tropics?
Forecasting. It's basically the spin in the atmosphere. It can help promote spin in the atmosphere if you have a good supercell, or if you have storms that are mature enough to use the spin in the atmosphere. It can help develop funnel clouds. It can develop tornadoes. So real quick, I want to look at this sounding, and the SRH is what I'm really interested in. The surface to 1 kilometer of shear is 108.
Okay.
Surface for 3 kilometer is 111. And
All
the
right.
inflow later is about 104.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's really good for tropical tornadoes, actually, considering how much they spin up.
Yeah.
Now, especially with the structure. Now I want to look at the HRRR for some estimations. What was the estimation I guessed? About 0 to 1 kilometer.
Don't use the HRRR for tropical systems. Even on its mesoscale parts, it gets things kind of wrong.
It does get kind of wrong. But if I were to do a vague estimate based off the sounding at Tampa and what the structure is right now in the future, I would predict maybe 200 SRH at the 0 to 1. At the 0 to 500, it would be about 75 to 100. And then maybe at the 0 to 3 kilometer, which all tropical systems have high SRH at that. So it just depends on the mesoscale. The HRRR has a very isolated area of over 1,000. I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, yeah, that's a little unrealistic.
Oh,
by the way, hey, just to give you guys a heads up in the audience, I'm about to show a radar loop from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. This does have flashing lights for the first round, so seizure warning for those of you who are susceptible to that. This is going to take a second to go in, but I wanted to give a quick disclaimer. There might be a quick seizure warning because this kind of stuff has happened, and we did this last night. And I wanted to go ahead and show you that. But Tristan, go ahead and continue.
So the SRH, I do think that Give me a second. I am doing I am doing some things off screen, but I
do
will
want to say something about
this.
flooding.
Sure. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, so we got a discussion from the Weather Prediction Center, which discusses flooding. Quote, a high-risk upgrade was discussed with the offices, but for now have opted to hold off. This was due to several factors, including some forward speed of tropical depression at this time. This is a bit earlier, by the way, when it wasn't Debby, but this does show something. TD4 at this time, albeit slowing, it has slowed down since then on the model, so high FFGs due to much of this area being forested and flood resistant, and this notable change in the forecast largely driven by changes in the guidance of a forward speed of Tropical Depression 4. Now this is where we get to the interesting part. Ultimately, flash flooding is driven more by the forward speed of the storm as opposed to its intensity. Further, since this is still in the day-free period, and watch this closely, hear this closely, opposed to its intensity. Further, since this is still in the day-free period, there is still time to assess the storm and future guidance to hopefully achieve a better degree of consistency before the probable upgrade to a high risk for portions of the South Carolina and Georgia coasts. Stay tuned.
Like we talked about.
Yep.
Interesting.
All right.
Hello, Pat.
Is that who I think it is? Is that Mr. Weather Kingdom?
Yes, it
yes,
is.
Yes, it is.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. You were really a big help the last couple of streams. Before I ask you some questions in regards to this, I wanted to point out to our audience why I have this satellite imagery pulled up.
I know why too. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, over the last 30 minutes, we're seeing another burst of convection near the center of circulation, and it's been pretty consistent, and it's been kind of starting to link together, and this might be an indicator of what might be going down the road in the next few hours or so. But Weather Kingdom, what are your thoughts on all of this so far? This is now a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm.
So basically,
Pat, I do want to tell you something from behind the scenes.
Sure.
And people have noticed no maps are showing up for you on your stream. No maps are showing up.
They aren't? Oh, okay.
It's only
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
I was like, okay, maybe he was just not showing maps, and then another guy commented.
I
was like,
this is to show that.
Half an hour now?
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I'm sorry,
You're
guys.
not an idiot.
Yeah, I know.
You're okay.
I know. My bad. Bro, I was doing that because I was dealing with something behind the scenes.
Shout out to Joyce Ward. She's the one that commented it.
I'm sorry, guys.
You are fine. We all make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a gosh darn idiot. Well, not really. Don't hate yourself, guys. Anyway, all right. I am sorry. Thank you for telling me that.
What I'm more surprised is that no one said it until like half an hour later.
I was not paying attention, to be respectfully honest.
Okay, someone here needs to be watching the stream in case all my technical stuff is going on.
I'll look at the stream unless we got other stuff going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
It's better now. Thanks for helping me with that. Okay, I'm not gonna beat myself on it too much. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and just try to relax. All right, Weather Kingdom, what are your thoughts on this?
So far, we have seen, as you see on the satellite, there's a lot of deep convection trying to explode in the center. I'm very curious because I wasn't expecting this to become a 45 miles an hour storm this close off of Cuba. Once again, I think this has surprised us today. There was a rule out possibility of that, but we're going to really have to watch this. Once again, low wind shear, good OHC, good water temps. I have seen there has been a little bit of dry air.
We've been talking about it. Yep.
Yeah. There's definitely some dry air trying to invade this system, but I think it won't cause too much of an issue. If this can get a good convection burst tonight and this can consolidate even further, I see this avoiding a lot of that dry air. If there was a bit of wind shear, I could see it really slowing down the process of this developing. But once again, there's not too much wind shear, so it's not like dry air being forced into the center. But when it's rotating, you can definitely get quite a bit of dry air.
Right.
I noticed earlier you guys were talking about the icon because I checked in the stream. Once again, that's an outlier, but I do know why that does show that. And that's the reason of this storm actually slowing down a bit quicker than with the other models. And with it moving slower, it doesn't get pulled up to the north with that trough. So that does slow it down even further over Florida, and it does take it out into the eastern Atlantic. And then it does get picked up by a cold front in the northeast. And then you see a landfall near like North Carolina border with South Carolina. So that is an outlier, but we will have to see. If we see this slow down quicker, I do see a chance of trends for the eastern coast trend to the icon, but right now it's an outlier.
And I also would like to say, when you look at the position of the trough, I've also been noticing, if you've been noticing, the storm has been allowed to breathe a little more now. We're seeing some moisture get up to the Carolinas now. So it is definitely using the trough angle to its outflow, which we have seen that some systems can promote rapid precipitation if it's able to get that dry air out.
Yeah. I do see, my top max, I'm seeing a Cat 1, maybe at most a weak Category 2.
They increased it to 85 miles an hour, and because of the rapid
really?
Yes, they did.
said, we guessed
I did not
90.
see that.
All right.
We guessed 90, and I know I and a few have been talking about a potential for a Category 2 hurricane. I actually think a Cat 2 will be its peak if it can get that dry air out. And
I think it will do that.
Environment well.
Yeah.
I think it will do that.
If it can.
Yeah, we're already starting to see signs of this convection starting to get its act together, at least.
And it's not just one blow up.
Yeah, it's multiple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we've always seen storms with nighttime when the convection, you see multiple spots of continuous convection. We have seen it all congeal, and we've seen the storms strengthen time and time again. So we're really going to have to watch this in the coming hours.
Absolutely.
I will say, Icon has trended a very tiny bit east.
Okay. Yeah, we've talked about that as well. It's trending.
Another thing that I don't think a lot of people understand.
Any other questions you have for me?
The strength of this storm also depends.
Yeah.
On what angle the trough makes it turn to the right. Because what we don't count for and we don't talk about, because normally we don't, because we wait right until landfall, is that the center doesn't just stay in one path. It wobbles.
Yeah, definitely. Wobble. It definitely does. I'm watching satellite right now. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. Yeah, Weather Kingdom, I know what you're talking about with... There's one big burst firing up near the center, and then there's two other big bursts firing up in the southern part of the Gulf of Mexico, and then you have a couple of bursts firing off into to the north. Yeah, to the north of it. So it looks like it's not just one area of the system. It looks like it's more of a more of a concentrated effort by the entire system. So yeah, it's just something I thought I'd bring up while we're talking about this. But
I did not know about the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, it update. Yeah, you came in a little late, so it's a little bit of an interesting thing that's been going on. But my next question for you is, realistically, what do you think this thing will peak at realistically? Because we've been talking about it all night, and I want your thoughts on it. Because I'm thinking 90. Go ahead. Oh, I'm disconnected. Of course. Okay, I'm disconnected from Discord. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back.
You're good.
Were you able to hear my question before I cut out?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So I said about 90 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. Could that overdo it? There's a chance. You can never say never in the Gulf. Tristan has said that time and time again, and he has a point there. We've seen it with many storms, but there is some limiting factors, and that's just pretty much a bit of dry air. If the dry air can stay out of this, then I can see Tristan being right, at least close to right. But right now I'm going with 90 to 100 miles an hour. I think that's a safe bet right now.
I agree. That is a very safe bet.
Yeah.
It basically depends on the evolution of how good it can get that dry air out.
Wow, we got a $20 donation, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Found your channel and I am loving it. I'm interested to know educational background of the panelists. Enthusiastic students is perfectly acceptable answer. Keep up the great work, guys. Thank you very much for that. I'll go ahead. I know a lot. I know a lot of us here are just regular weather enthusiasts that like to study weather on our own terms. I'm actually a college student going into a senior year pretty soon. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm actually studying meteorology, and I'm about to finish my last year. So, well, not finished. I'm about to start my last year of it. But yeah, I've taken dynamics, I've taken tropical, I've taken a bunch of other classes like nowcasting and all that stuff. So yeah, thank you very much.
And the one rule of weather that we all need to.
What's up? Of course. Bro, why does this thing keep disconnecting me? Why does this thing keep disconnecting me? Seriously.
I got some high tide times.
Okay, all right.
Real quick, I will say, no matter, we can tell you something, to the viewers here, there's a quick little communication. Just because we're telling you this doesn't mean we're 100% right.
Yes.
Who knows? This system could just collapse suddenly for no reason. Because weather always has that random little factor in it. But it's better to be prepared and make sure you don't regret not being prepared if the worst ever happens.
Yeah.
There are human error. There's model error. There is always some type of error in weather prediction, which is why you should go a little bit beyond what they say in preparation. A little. Don't freak out. Stay calm. Have a plan. Know what to do.
Yeah. Perfect.
Hey, Pat, I text you, by the way.
Sure, I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
high tide times.
Yeah. Okay,
For
you go
Sunday,
ahead, Yoshi.
Sunday is high tide times for Crystal River, or 4:48 p.m. What is this? Chawaziriska, 7:11 p.m. Newport Richey, 1:12 p.m. Clearwater Beach, 11:54 a.m. Safety Harbor, pretty ironic, 3:32 p.m. Passagril, 12:31 p.m. Siesta Key, 11:46 a.m. And for Monday, Crystal River has 5:58 a.m. Chazahauska has 6:53 a.m. Newport Richey has 2:32 a.m. Clearwater Beach has 1:41 a.m. Safety Harbor has 6:21 a.m. Passagril has 3:20 a.m. and Siesta Key has 1:53 a.m. That's where the tides will be the highest, naturally.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Daniel is in this the general in the VC. He just donated $10 to the channel. Thank you very much for that, by the way. How are you doing?
I got a quick question.
Hold on 1 second. If Daniel can hear me, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I've been just listening in for the correct time to say anything, not interrupting anybody.
That's fine. I just wanted to see how you were doing. But anyway, if Tristan, go ahead. Sorry.
It's a little off topic. Can we put that in the bloopers?
What?
That made me laugh so hard. That's
the pronunciation of Chazahauska?
No, it was the one.
I am starting to put stream highlights in the Storms United channel, so. There's
yeah,
that.
was it the safety harbor thing? You said that's quite ironic.
Okay, yeah, I will say.
I had to mute. I'm sorry.
I'm starting to put stream highlights on the Storms United channel. So, yeah, Tristan, I put your fiery debut over there from last night. So.
Oh God!
Oh my
God,
I watched that.
I really do hate it, respectfully, but that's because I look like. That's because I made myself look like a fool.
I mean,
that's me.
Hey, it was entertaining at the very. I felt like I was Augie RFC for a second, having to deal with that. But
I didn't mean for that to occur.
Yeah, but anyway, with that being said, though, there'll be more highlights in the Storms United channel. I'll go ahead.
We're gonna pair. God. We're gonna pair my pronunciation for Chesapeake. Someone put a pronunciation too.
Yeah.
Chesawiska.
Okay.
And my ironic comment together. That'd be funny.
Oh.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
So, I know there has been now discussion on rapid intensification. What are y'all thoughts on that?
I
think there's a slim possibility.
It's possible. I think what it needs to do is it needs to mix out all the dry air first, if it wants to do that.
This is gonna be ridiculous for me to say, but might be the truth. It's guaranteed if that dry air goes.
I think we can.
Yeah.
I think we can agree because rapid intensification an increase of 35 miles per hour in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that.
If this convection all combines and we see just a crazy looking storm in the morning with no dryer getting into this, then I see rapid intensification.
Yeah.
There's a lot of models. I mean, there's quite a bit now showing rapid intensification.
I mean, just
and
look at what it looks like.
And especially, there's so many things that are going for the storm, but like we saw with Beryl, it had a very beautiful Gulf of Mexico, but that little bit of dry air punched it in the face.
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
That is very true.
Okay,
and the system's kind of broad. Yeah. That's another thing.
That's true. Yep. Go ahead, Daniel. What were you going to say?
I was just going to point out, just look at the difference between, the 12-hour difference between, past 12 hours now, but just look between the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Time. That short period, the structure got a lot more defined.
I agree.
Yes, I agree.
And actually, the whole time I was in upstate New York coming back down, I was looking at this thing. I was like, this thing is doing remarkably well over Cuba.
And real quick, Daniel, you can't lie. Even for a system dealing with dry air, the symmetry of it, at least in its rotation, is very.
It's funny. Where are you getting the dry air situation from?
We're noticing it on satellite. We saw that from earlier.
Can you check on that in a bit? Because I want to see how that is.
Right now.
Last time I checked, there was no dry air on the mid levels.
Okay.
Really?
Or on the high levels. Last time I checked, I mean that was at like 4 p.m.
Oh, we got 2 more donations, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
First one from Justin Short. Hey Pat, do you think the storm is turning back to Florida once it hits the Atlantic? Once it hits the Atlantic, is out of the picture. I saw some people saying that it was a possibility. Right now, the steering currents, it's very uncertain, but the majority of the consensus wants this thing to hit South Carolina. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well,
go ahead.
Unfortunately for the people of Florida, not only is there not any dry air in the system on all levels of the water vapor, but the outflow has dramatically increased and 4 convection bursts just began.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm continuing to see that.
Galaxy, you're in the VC. I know you're muted. Can you please verify? Could you verify that behind the scenes? I'd like to get your take on that.
I mean, Pat, it's literally right on my screen. There is no dry
are you
air.
streaming it on your on Discord? Okay.
I'm looking at
he is right.
Viewer, and there is literally nothing, and it's only more moisture. So all the dry air is over here, out. And even this would not really do too much to this thing.
That's not good.
Enough.
It could be zero minimum.
I mean, all the dry air in the Gulf combined would probably not do too much to the system because it's so low.
Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, though, Comic 4 EWE posted another $20 donation. Awesome answer. I'll support you all season. Keep up the good work. This was referring to the question earlier from them. So thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Next update at 2. Yes, there will be another update at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But yeah, Daniel, thanks for showing that. I'm not showing it on stream right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Honestly, I'll go ahead and show it briefly. It's going to be a bit of a clunky setup, but I figured it can't hurt.
It's a weird layout for the Go's imagery viewer.
Yeah,
but,
it's going to be weird. It's a little clunky, but I wanted to show what Daniel's talking about. So there's that. Yeah.
So do we even have any limiting factors right now?
So
there might be a little. There might be a little.
I mean,
time is his limit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slowing down.
And the angle of the trough, because it can make it go a little bit more eastward and screw some of its intensification time. So basically time and position, basically now, is all up to the storm. It's basically the storm's destiny at this point, if it can wrap it up.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that always can trick us is the evolution of the structure of a tropical system to be able to strengthen. Right.
Yeah, all right, perfect. Yeah, we're seeing... Okay, I'm looking at this. Oh, there is a lot more convection bursts firing up, guys.
That's what I'm seeing.
And if you looked at the northern side of the storm at the same time the outflow increased, it looked.
Yeah. Wait. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, I thought I disconnected for a second.
Yeah, I thought you did too.
Discord.
That's why I said uh-oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything it basically the system has a perfect environment, almost perfect. There might be still a little dry air, but otherwise
So
yeah, it's basically Debbie's heaven.
What's up, Daniel?
Okay, so with that being said, I'm putting my prediction out. That this, and yeah, of course I could be wrong, but based off all the factors, and if, well, that next convection burst would be potentially the game changer for this.
I agree.
What? I'm sorry. What are you? I'm sorry, Daniel. What could be a game changer?
I was just saying that the next convection burst that's ongoing right now could be the game changer that either makes or breaks the storm. My current forecast is seeing at least probably a lower end 2.
Yeah.
Wow, like what I was saying.
Yeah, I think we can agree to 90 to 100.
If not potentially as a strengthening into landfall as a low end 3. I mean, it's all about the time now, but we've seen storms in the past take a similar approach, and they have blasted off way past Cat 3.
Yeah. In the meantime, we do have a new member on the Pat's Path Predictor channel.
Yes.
Amy Hedman, thank you for joining the membership. You are now a weather enthusiast. I know that is very original, but hey, it's part of the intro. You know, what is up, weather enthusiasts? That kind of thing. So yeah. So thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate you putting your faith in me and this team right here that we have assembled here at Storms United. Which, by the way, if you want to come help out with us or you want to ask us questions behind the scenes, be sure to join the Storms United Discord server. It's the pinned link up there. So, yeah. All right. So, in the meantime, we're talking about all this convection bursts. Does anyone... all right. Okay, I haven't heard from Yoshi or Weather Kingdom in a while, and I haven't heard from Ian yet recently either, but to the three of you, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's very awesome. You go ahead.
You're just...
No, let him go.
You go ahead first.
Okay, what I think I mean, right now, what I'm seeing with the convection and the favorability, I mean, I think it's really nothing stopping this. And I mean, we're going to have to see in the morning, but I have a bad feeling waking up to seeing what this looks like.
The
I'm going to be
enemy
honest
to
with you
this
guys.
storm, the enemy to this storm is if it goes, there are two enemies to this storm. One is time. However, we have seen storms do miraculous things in 24 hours. So I'm not even going to say time completely.
Exactly.
And
The second
one
thing,
is
it would
me.
have to wobble.
The second one is me.
So it would have to wobble so far west that the trough creates shear and destroy it and somewhat messes it up instead of it staying a bit more east and then helping its outflow.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
is unlikely though. So
Alright.
basically the real stopper of the system, which is technically not a stopper, it's just a limiting factor, is time.
Okay, Icy Shots has a question right here. Panama City here. I wonder why they would issue a tropical storm warning when it moved more east. I'm confused. I mean, that can easily be explained. The wind field on this, I can go ahead and show you this very quickly.
It's actually pretty big.
It's pretty large.
Yeah. I was surprised.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the public advisory for that right here. Tropical storm force winds extend out 140 miles from the center already. And
wow.
If that
system.
Yeah, if that rotates all the way around the storm, then that could definitely put Panama City in play for some tropical storm conditions right there. So that's why it's that way. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to mention that I do agree with Daniel's forecast, of at least a low end 2. And if it does, if that convection that's blowing up is the game changer, then there's nothing stopping this from becoming a major hurricane. I'm not saying
we don't want to go that far just yet, but
it's too early to say that.
I know it's too early to say that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying
prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Prepare for
the worst, hope for the best, don't panic, have a backup plan, know what to do.
Right now. I'm going with at least Cat 2 right now.
I'm going with Cat 2.
Yeah.
I'm confident in Cat 2.
What? Okay, Palm Tree, what do you think? What's your thoughts on this?
So I think if, like you said, if all that convection has no problem clearing out and organizing well, like it's already doing, because there's new convection popping out. I think if it, because I'm confident, if it all clears out and timing not being an issue, and it does well with the timing that it's available with, which is 24 hours, and it rapidly intensifies, I think it will do just fine. But of course, there is a couple limiting factors, like Tristan said.
Wow, that convection.
Yeah. I will say though, I know people kept judging me for saying a low end category 3 is the peak that this could do if it gets perfectly together. This is if every single thing goes perfectly right for the storm, a small amount of time.
Yeah.
The reason why I say a cat 3 is because normally the rule is for preparation. Let's say it peaked at a category 2, right? You would prepare for a category 3. And that has been the standard for how to prepare for a hurricane.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm going to say is get ready for a low-end major, but don't expect one. If it does, you're prepared. Because that's how I've seen people prepare for systems, and I think that's the right call. I think you should be prepared for something a little bit extra, but hope for the best. Just because I say prepare for a low-end major doesn't mean it's going to be a low-end major. This is just giving you an extra step just in case that unlikely circumstance does occur.
I think that I think that's a much better way to phrase that right there
than last night.
Yeah.
What are your guys like? We can all agree on that statement, right, guys? That we can agree on that.
100% agree.
Yep. All right.
But I will say this though: things can change in 24 hours.
We know.
We have seen so many systems near the Big Bend that have done in just 24 hours turned from a messy system to suddenly chaos.
A monster.
Yeah, Houston, we have a problem.
And a
with that
monster,
part.
or at least a much stronger system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gulf
like
of Mexico
look at
this one are very tough.
Yeah.
I just want to say, look at Adalia from last year. That might be a strange comparison.
No,
but,
a better example, but there are a few better examples.
Yeah.
Michael's a perfect example. Hermine is a perfect example.
Yeah,
I'm going off multiple categories. Sally is a really good.
Yeah.
For Adalia, how strong was it?
Adalia peaked at 130, but made landfall at 115. A bunch of dry air got in, and ERC began to take place.
How strong was it when it came off Cuba, or between wherever it
Yucatan
came
and Cuba?
Yeah.
I think it was around 50 miles an hour. I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. So a little stronger. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, this Adalia also had a much more globular shape right at the middle smack of it, and it was over way more OHC.
Some of the best hurricanes I've seen in the Atlantic takes the structure of this system. I want to point that out because I've been noticing that some of the best hurricanes in record books. Not saying this is going to be one, but a lot of systems that have had this type of structure are the ones that suddenly blow up.
Yep.
That's my major concern for this. That's why I'm saying, look, it's forecasted to be a Category 1. Prepare for a low end.
Yeah.
Because you never know, because Gulf of Mexico systems around the Big Bend of Florida have tricked us with rapid intensification over and over again. And even though I may sound like an idiot right now, after how much we have seen in the Big Bend area with systems like this, I would rather over-prepared than under.
Sure. Yeah, we always need to over-prepare a little bit just in case. But anyway, we have Sakura in the VC. How are you doing?
I just got off work, y'all.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I was at work. Yep, so what's happening, folks?
Debbie's happening.
Debbie's doing fantastic.
I did hear that Debbie did get her name earlier.
Yeah.
It's up to...
We're up to 45
miles an hour. It's up to 45 miles an hour, and it's now expected to be an 85-mile-an-hour storm at landfall.
Yep.
Right now.
Wow, that convection.
Why do I have a funny feeling? Okay, so I don't know if this is going into the Gulf or something.
Yeah, it's in the Gulf.
It's in the Gulf right now.
In the Gulf.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do I have a funny feeling that this is going to become a captive?
That'll be it. Yeah. Hey, Weather Kingdom, what were you saying about the convection?
It's really blowing up, and I see consistency, especially in that first convection blow up.
Yeah,
earlier.
Yeah, we're seeing more firing up closer to the center now. Now more so on the northern side.
I'm getting worried about that.
Yeah, that's been pretty persistent for the last over an hour, so we'll have to watch that. Guys, be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Be sure. Also, if you want to come hang out with us at Storms United, be sure to join our Discord server. Link is in the pinned comment over there. Also, I wanted to ask Weather Kingdom another quick question regarding this. Based on everything you're seeing so far, how do you like the overall evolution of this?
The evolution, I think. I mean, the structure that Tristan said. I mean, the structure is one of those structures that we have seen time again that have became pretty strong hurricanes. The structure has it has that look of that rotation around the center, has the banding features. It just has a very good structure, and I think this is going to help it in the long run. That convection, though, is scaring me quite a bit just watching it. Every frame goes by.
Yeah, and before
because you're seeing a band kind of trying to develop on the southern side, if you notice.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice that too. That's pretty interesting to pay attention to. But before I ask for others' thoughts on the convection, as well as something else that I have been watching, Weather Kingdom has a YouTube channel of his own. He's been asking me to he's been asking me he's been asking to help me out on the streams. So I figured I could take the help, and he has a YouTube channel of his own. The link is right in the chat right there, so be sure you go check him out and subscribe to him. But even before that, we now have another donation for $11.11 by Taco Fillings. Will the convection blow me? Okay. Ha 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 ha. Very funny.
Okay. I'm gonna read the comment myself. Give me a minute.
Yeah, Okay.
I just saw it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Would the convection blow me sensitively? That's what she said.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. What are the rest of your guys' thoughts on the convection so far? Now that we got a good laugh out of this.
I'm very concerned. I don't think the center's in between the two blobs anymore. If you look at the convection, I think that little bit of a southern. It looks like that convection's rotating on the southern side. Did it center?
I do see that. I do see what he's talking about. But that might just be the blow up.
Yeah,
no. I don't think it's the blow up because it's looking like the blow ups are all going around the center. It's not just random.
I can see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I think the center was on that southern little area I was talking about, but then Recon said, well, it might have been a little bit to the north. Could it, and this is not me saying it did it, could it have done a very small relocation to adjust to that burst?
I'd say
it could have.
Yeah, I'd say it might have made a couple of adjustments. Let me take a look.
Made a little small steps on the path to victory. But, yeah. And there is one rule that I would like for people to understand with these types of systems.
Yeah.
Don't trust them to stay the strength that they're predicted to be all the time.
Yeah.
Especially when it looks like this. Should you trust the National Hurricane Center? Yes, they're the best information.
Absolutely. They also have models that we don't even have access to.
But when you look at the data, take it face value, but still ask questions about what the potential could be and be reasonable with it. Let's say that, like they said, 85 miles an hour, and we said 90 to 100, maybe 105. That's a pretty good prediction, especially when you look at other data combining with the official information. You can make your own educated guess of what could potentially occur.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Tristan. About that low.
Yeah, it looks like
I'm looking at the radar.
Looks like the center. Oh, you're looking at radar.
It's in the Discord.
I have radar scope. Which radar do you want? Do you want Tampa Bay or the Keys?
The Keys.
I would probably. Yeah, I was gonna say probably the Keys because I don't know how close it is to Cuba compared to Florida right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm noticing. Oh yeah, if you guys are watching on stream. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation. I definitely can identify the center of this on radar. Are you guys seeing this too?
You're on sat.
My own end, so let me.
Right there.
I'm on stream. Yeah, it's on stream.
I'm a bit worried about that.
I can see that. Yep.
That does not look good.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Because with that convection exploding right now, it's matching up with radar.
Okay, that's interesting.
By the way, I'm surprised Key West actually hasn't popped any special marine warnings for at least the.
I agree.
Yeah. Because I feel like they should probably pop some. Now Miami has actually popped some special marine. Yeah.
What's up?
Do you have the microwave imagery? Because I know earlier.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. I'm not sure how much it's updated.
I do want to tell you.
Go ahead, Yoshi.
I do want to tell you the eastern shift has continued now. I'm looking at the GFS. Go to hour 18 on pivotal weather and compare 18Z versus 0Z. It is a major shift east to west, west to east. Okay. It was 1,000. I'd say at the latitude of longitude of Tallahassee, and then now it's at the longitude of a bit east of Alligator Point.
Okay.
It's near Tampa.
I'm looking at that. I need to zoom in.
I'll show both of them.
I got it on stream.
Oh, I see.
I see it on stream.
Oh, that burst looks violent.
It does.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. And it does based on radar, that looks like that's the center of circulation.
So it basically did a very small relocation. I hate.
Yeah, I saw what you were seeing on Pivotal Weather. I saw it.
I mean, we're gonna have to see. I think it's more like now.
I mean, unless the thunderstorms collapse, I think this is the start of.
That might be
some good.
Yeah,
might be something not good.
Oh yeah, that's a shift, but right now, yeah, it's the 18Z and the 0Z. Can we compare it to the 12Z? Because
wait. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Can we compare it to the 12Z, Yoshi? Because the 12 and 0Z use the same grid spacing.
Did we also say real quick that the mid-level center and low-level center were kind of unstacked, even when it looked better earlier?
Yeah.
I know there were some comments on that.
Yeah.
On the background, I think they aligned.
That's most likely what finally happened.
I think they confirmedly realigned with the way that burst handled itself.
Yeah.
Also, I know this.
I am very concerned.
Yeah, I know this.
Does anyone have the link?
For what?
To that microwave imagery that Pat can show. Because I would love to see the structure of it.
I mean, this is old. This is old.
Can you send it to me too?
Yeah, the microwave imagery. This is old, but I'll send it to you in VC No Mic. I know Galaxy was sending that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to.
So I know this isn't.
This is old.
So I know
but...
the saying about the Westpac.
Sure.
But I would like to mention that Invest 91W is formed just south of Japan.
Okay.
And it's only a single thunderstorm. I'm gonna go ahead and send this to you, Pat.
I mean, the main focus is here, but of course we're watching stuff all around the world with Tropics. So, yeah, sure. Just give me I'll take a look at it in just 1 second. But I want to take a look. Yeah, this is not good. With Debby.
Did you check on satellite?
I'm not.
You show the? I need you to show the audience because that is scary.
Yep, I see. I'm showing it right now.
I'm seeing
you see
it,
how violent it's suddenly rotating. The burst occurs. That shows me that it's aligned. Very well.
Yeah, I'm gonna run the loop and then I'm gonna compare this to radar very quickly.
I have a bad feeling
extrapolate,
right now
and then I'll give you an idea of what we're looking at. Oh, sorry for the flashing lights, guys. I'm sorry.
Seizure warning.
Yes. Well,
also, while you're looking at that, I just want to report in the Keys right now. There's on one of the live cams I'm watching.
Sure.
Let me guess. People being idiots.
Well, not just that. There is significant overtopping on the seawall at this point. Every wave is going over the seawall.
Can you send that in VC?
That's not good for a developing tropical.
Nope.
I mean, it's
depending on the seawall. However,
hold up.
We just got a gust at the international airport in Key West of 55 miles an hour.
That's a gust.
Oh boy.
That's a gust. Yes. Southeast wind gust of 48 knots to 55 miles an hour was measured at the Key West International Airport as of 11:24 p.m. Eastern. So this was a little bit ago, about 24 minutes ago.
Okay. Go ahead.
Key West, issue a special marine warning. Special marine warning criteria.
I don't think they do that for tropical.
No, they do. They do. I know they do.
Yeah, I've seen it before. But I'm looking at this.
It's also moving.
Okay, I'm looking at this, and yeah, I'm starting to notice the rotation on satellite. I'm gonna extrapolate this on radar and see if we get a good cross check. Okay, I'm gonna see.
I see what camera he's looking at.
Daniels?
I see the camera. Yep. Wow, the water's going over the seawall. And it looks pretty windy.
Yeah.
Are we able to show that camera?
Pretty windy.
Father and son are having a blast.
Yep, father and son.
Time.
Yeah, it's that.
Are we able to show? Are we able to show that camera on stream, or should we? maybe not.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. It's copyright reasons.
That's fair.
Yeah. But in the meantime, I'm looking at radar and satellite on the stream.
And
just to show you guys, I know I'm going back and forth on the cameras, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's a little nauseating, but I'm doing this to kind of take a look and through OBS to see if this is aligned. And it appears that if it's not, it is very close to aligned. So this thing is rotating pretty quickly. So I'm sorry this is nauseating.
That's a scary sign. Please zoom in the Key West. Zoom in to that spin.
Just give me a second.
That is so suddenly.
On the radar? On the radar? Or...
I see it. Are you talking about the main stuff or just into Key
I'm
West?
talking about, you see that little area of rotation surrounded by all that shower and thunderstorm. That is very tight.
Is it north of Key West? Okay, tell me where this is, please.
So go back to the radar.
I'm on there.
You see directly west of the Key West radar.
Yeah,
you can see that little. It's not a eye feature. But it's a hole.
I know what you're talking about. I was watching this.
Yeah, I don't like that look.
Now let's refrain. From saying that's an eye until we get a microwave.
It's an eye looking. It looks similar to that.
It's eye type. We'll say eye type.
When do we get the next microwave imagery?
I don't know.
Respectfully, I
have no idea.
Yeah, but regardless, this is not an eye, and this is not a developing eye wall yet. It's too weak for that.
One thing I realize
is, but there you can tell there's broad rotation right here. That looks like it's tightening up, and
pretty quick.
That might be that's our core. That small thing. That's our core. That's going to develop.
Core,
That is going to develop.
Or for the people
that are bad news.
Pat, are you? Sure
Hold on, one person at a time, though. Daniel, what's up?
Pat, are you sure that's not an eye developing?
No.
It's too weak. Not yet. The eye doesn't start to develop until we get to about 65 miles per hour. Generally.
I've seen eyes develop way earlier before.
Well, that's typical, but regardless.
I've seen tropical depressions with eye-type features, and they've not been named. Jamie, I think Jamie.
Okay.
Is a good example.
All right.
I know I know.
Okay.
Real quick, I would like to say to our viewers.
Sure.
This is going to be one of those storms where we don't know until it is too late. What I mean by that phrase, we will not 100%, and even when it makes landfall, we will not know all of the flooding, all the tornado potential, and all the capabilities of this storm until it's right next to you. If you do not feel safe in your area around the coast, I suggest you just evacuate. Don't risk it. This is not one of those storms to do. We are so close to land with this storm. We only got, 36 to 48 hours?
I think.
Do not risk it.
Evacuate for precaution.
I would say 24 to 36.
24 to 36? Okay. Evacuate just in case, especially if you're in a storm surge prone area. A low end Cat 1 doing 10 feet?
That's
already
big.
Significant. If it gets stronger, that's even worse.
Think about other Cat 1 hurricanes that have done significant damage. Like, I'm not saying this is going to be like anything like these storms. Like Isaac, Humberto 2007, which that's from Rappling pretty quick. Agnes,
not convection.
Hermine did some really good work.
Okay, all right. Hold on. All right, hold on, guy. Daniel, what's up?
I was just gonna say Nate is another.
What's up?
Good example.
Nate is a very big example of.
Nate.
Cat 1 doing lots of damage. Because Nate is actually
Daniel
the
radar on the stream.
Of which Nate 17 is the costliest natural disaster in the history of Costa Rica. So,
Yep. I'm looking at Hey, Daniel, I'm looking at the radar you're posting on stream. I'm also looking at radar scope. Yeah, you're definitely starting to see some banding features, at the very least.
I'm not liking that core.
That's your core.
And like I said, the evolution, I think, of this storm
is about
will
to
depend
get
on tonight. I think tonight is going to be the factor on whether or not we see it, maybe still a tropical storm, the Hurricane Center's forecast, or it suddenly says screw off and goes high.
Yeah.
Tonight might be that determining factor.
Most definitely. Okay. All right. Daniels has satellite on his stream. Okay. I just was wanting to check just in case.
Look at the mesoscale.
So
you have
Taco Fillings has a donation of 1111.
What's the ETA on landfall and outlook of Southwest
landfall?
Florida and Fort Myers? Southwest Florida, you're getting your impacts now. ETA for landfall, we can go ahead and show you that based on the cone real quickly. There it is.
Do we know?
It looks like it is going to be in the next 36-ish hours. 36 to 42 generally.
Do we think this is going to slow?
So right now,
it is.
But right now, Key West is getting gale force winds according to the. Now, reminder to everybody who does not know this: all of these impacts will occur outside of that cone.
Yes.
Will more than likely occur outside of that cone.
Seizure warning, just for a heads up, we're about to run this again.
Yep, seizure warning, you guys. Seizure warning.
Sacra, real quick, I do want to, I'm going to correct you a little bit on that for good reason. It depends on the size of the storm.
Yes, it depends on the size of the storm, but that's not good. Most of your impacts, a lot of your impacts.
Wow.
That's not good on satellite.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
Are you guys seeing this?
Yes, I am seeing that. It still needs its western side still needs the.
I think this is the convection. I think this is the convection.
Yeah.
Look, here's my biggest question. Do you see the? Oh yeah, it's getting helped by the trough. Those low clouds are really streaming to the north.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. For those tuning in, be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It gets more people engaged with weather, and if you want to come ask us some questions live on the air, feel free to either type them on the chat or join the Storms United Discord server, and we can do that right there. So just figured I'd give you the offer, so we'll have to pay attention to it. So be sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel.
When is the next aircraft?
It's over it right now, I think. I'm taking a look.
I think it finished. It finished.
Yeah.
Mission 2 is still in the storm, apparently. It might have just finished. Mission 3, it looks like they might have.
Real quick, respectfully, a lot of people do want to see the cone.
Of course.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
I got it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that cone up.
I got it.
And real quick, one more thing for the people, real quick before I get to the cone, for the people in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, I'm going to say there's a 100% chance of a flash flood watch.
Yes.
With this storm. That is the one thing I can guarantee with the storm. We will have flash flood watches.
I've also seen, depending on the track of this, that could also extend all the way up to New England. If that
it depends.
Continues.
Well, it's too early, but
New England is too far.
It's a little too far to say that for certain, but there definitely in the model runs seems to be heavy rainfall for New England with the remnants.
Also, I do expect, no matter the structure, I think they'll do a slight risk of tornadoes at least, given the structure and the SRH value.
Yeah.
Oh, I got something real quick. Central North Carolina is in a flood watch already.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. All right, we're getting them. Let's go.
Oh, and Southern Virginia as well.
Oh, wow.
Really?
I will say something. Wait, Virginia? Wow.
So that was from
let me check.
Raleigh for Central NC, and then Roanoke for South Central Virginia. In fact, they have 2 flash flood warnings there already.
All right.
I think that's a flood watch for now. I am going to check.
Yeah, that's into. That's not. Nope. That's until midnight.
That is not a. That's not a Debby one.
Okay.
Although here's the thing, I would suggest Raleigh keep that one.
No, I think they could get rid of it and do a new one.
I do want to say, I do want to say for the majority, for Tampa, St. Petersburg, Spring Hill and the Hudson area, parts of Orlando, and a lot of the Big Bend area, there is an increased tornado risk, according to Reed Timmer, PhD, confirmed meteorologist, respected guy from the community.
All right.
Quote, prime conditions for tornado potential tomorrow across the central and northern Florida peninsula, maximizing along the front right quadrant of Hurricane Debby.
Yeah.
What will soon be Hurricane Debby.
Yes.
We will be targeting this tornado potential tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
Reed and I have the same
okay.
view.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Daniel just left. He was about to go. Go ahead, Tristan. Then Weather Kingdom, you go ahead.
Reed and I are now saying the same thing. That's a good sign that we're on. That's a very good sign we're on track. Right? That's good to know. Weather Kingdom, go ahead. I got.
I was about to. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
just
for the track. How slow do you guys think this could slow? How much until landfall?
I would say, okay. Here's what I think.
If
it
in the
will
next
slow
update,
down to 5 miles an hour, briefly stall off the coast of North Carolina and Georgia.
Oh, I'm
and
talking about
slowly.
He's talking about before it makes landfall in Florida.
Yeah,
I do think it won't slow. I don't think it will be the Florida that slows too much. I think it will be inland and then going into back to the Atlantic.
I mean, it's at 14 miles an hour.
Yeah.
If tomorrow night we're looking at like 8, then we're in trouble.
8's probably a little too slow. It'll probably get down to like
I got
11.
Another thing.
What's up?
From Michael Igbinoba. Igbinoba.
Yep.
Over the past hour, a notable mesovortex has developed around Tropical Storm Debby's center. There is well-defined converging inflow, while it's symmetrical and gains more dominance over the larger circulation. Perhaps this lays a good foundation for an eventual eye wall.
Do you have it? Is that on Twitter?
Yes, that is.
Please post it in VC No Mike. I'd like to take a look at it. Because if that's true, and mainly the reason I'm showing that is because I want images with this, and if that's true,
I don't like how there's already a mesovortex trying to form in a big storm.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Can I see
now,
that?
if you're not getting hit by Debby, you're definitely getting.
There's a well-defined.
Now, if you're not going to get hit by Debby, well, congratulations, you don't have to deal with Debby's rainfall and whatnot. But here's the thing. 1 word, or 2 words, rip currents. That's going to be a problem. Up and down the Carolina coast. In fact, there's already rip current statements out for the entirety of the North Carolina coast, including the Outer Banks.
Oof.
And I believe...
Another thing for the people in South and North Carolina and Georgia, taking lessons from Nicole. Get ready for some beach erosion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, don't forget coastal Georgia.
Get ready for some beach erosion because how much surge on Nicole's surge was only 3 to 5 feet and it did so much.
Yeah.
Now, how high is this surge going to be?
6 to 10 feet.
10 feet at the max, but there's so many surrounding areas with 3 to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can show you the peak surge really 6 to 10 feet in the Big Bend. So,
guys,
what's up?
I do want to.
Oh, okay, Tristan, let Yoshi talk for a second.
All right, so. The National Weather Service Tampa, as of 11:25 p.m., they have released a new area forecast discussion, a special area forecast discussion for specifically on Tropical Storm Debby.
Where can I
trying to find it? I lost it.
Is it in forecast?
There we go.
Where
it is the local forecast for Tampa Bay. Quote, Tropical Storm Debby was located just west of the Dry Tortugas and is moving northwest at 14 miles an hour. A turn towards the north is expected on Sunday. Conditions will deteriorate across west central and southwest Florida tonight and Sunday. The track forecast remains similar to previous cycles, however, a slight increase in strength expected before landfall Monday morning, along with the coast of the Big Bend of Florida and a minor adjustment to the track to the east. Now, this is what I wanted to especially share. The tropical storm warning for the coastal waters from Tarpon Springs, which is a bit north of St. Petersburg, it is in Pinellas County, to the Suwannee River, which goes up through Pasco, Hernando, and up to Citrus counties, up to the banks of the Suwannee River, out 20 to 60 nautical miles, was upgraded to a hurricane warning, as a forecast 64-knot wind radar just clips to the northwest corner of the waters.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it. I don't have the AFD pulled up, but...
Also, this one is the one that I predicted, and I guess they're already doing it. The flood watch was expanded to include all of west central and southwest Florida, as the risk of flooding will exist across the entire region. Heaviest rainfall is expected to occur near the coast, with highest totals along the northern nature coast. Oh, that's a nice.
Yeah.
A minor river flooding is expected to develop on numerous rivers and creeks across west central Florida due to heavy rain.
Yeah. Hey, just taking a look at satellite imagery right now, it's definitely things are getting its act together. Yeah, I'm also noticing.
Real quick.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Pat. This is just information that I didn't look at. I don't know if y'all know.
Okay.
The highest gust from Debby was not at Key West. It was near Fort Lauderdale. 73 mile per hour gust.
Yep. It's a very gusty system.
That was during the tornado warning. That was during the tornado warning.
Oh, they had a tour earlier? Hold on a minute.
Yeah, they did. For earlier today, it was for
Thank
it
you.
was the areas
when I was at work.
It was Riverland, Buzzard Park, Fort Lauderdale, Oakland Park, Lauderdale Lake, Davie, Corpus City, Pine Island Ridge. That area right there to Fort Lauderdale.
Anyway, so the hurricane warning from Tarpon Springs to the Suwannee River, out 20 to 60 nautical miles. That's for southwest winds 30 to 50 knots, gusts to 75 knots, and then seas 14 to 19 feet. Don't go sailing in this.
Nope. You definitely do not want to do that.
And then there's another hurricane warning, west winds 45 to 65 knots with gusts to 90 knots. And seas 10 to 18 feet. So, yeah, that's dangerous. That's really, really dangerous. Don't go out in this.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, if you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask us. Otherwise, like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. It would really help us out, because we haven't been really answering very many questions tonight. Yeah, and I want to go ahead and get to that, because
people have been really asking about the Tallahassee area.
Yeah, we need to go ahead and address that.
There is a good news for you. At least you won't get tropical tornadoes, because you are not going to be on the right front quadrant, especially with the where the center is located. Tallahassee is really tough, and the reason why I don't like doing Pacific areas of forecast in terms of wind speed is because a storm does wobble. So what that means is, I can say you get 40 to 45. You might get a 50, or you might get a 60 because it wobbles those few miles. So, but the tropical. Let me look at the thing real quick. I want to make sure that I am not being an idiot.
Wow.
Just not me not being an idiot. Don't worry. Yeah, you are near a hurricane warning, so definitely some hurricane force gusts, but you are on the western side of the track, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Tallahassee is in a tropical or an inland tropical storm.
Inland tropical. Oh, I forgot they did that now. Oh.
Yeah, they.
Well, not on the graph, but.
Yeah, why have they not? I was realizing that.
They're experimenting with.
Okay.
All right.
Interactive hurricane map. I hope they have that.
Wait, why is everyone saying Kermit? I just got back.
Never mind.
I just got a map for the track, I believe. It's an interactive
real
map.
Quick, by the way, I'm reading the tornado portion of the tropical storm warning for Tallahassee. It says situation is somewhat favorable for tornadoes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised considering they're on the western side. I'm a little confused by that, but they're smarter than me.
All right.
Has to be a reason. So,
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention to it. That's for sure.
Yeah, the small tornado threat then maybe. But I will say live hurricane tracker. Oh, this might help me. I'm just trying to get a sense of where Tallahassee is. Oh, there you are. Tallahassee is on the very edge of the hurricane warning, it looks like.
Yeah, it is. I looked at it.
So yeah, tropical storm, maybe a 1 or 2 hurricane force gusts. It just depends on the evolution of the storm. It depends on the wind field of the storm at that point. It's just a really hard question to ask. Again, this is going to be one of those storms where by the time we know everything, it's too late. It's already hitting. It's already making landfall, and it's already doing effect. And technically, if this phrase was truly correct right now, it's technically already too late because there are tropical storm force winds going on.
Seizure warning.
Yep, thank you.
Also, seizure warning for anybody here.
Yeah.
All right, I'm reading the hazardous weather outlook.
Yeah. Seizure warning once again. Sorry, that was the wrong imagery.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First off, that flash flood watch that was in central North Carolina, it is gone now, so that was completely... I'm
guessing that was a separate event.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, okay.
But the hazardous weather outlook for Raleigh, for the Metro Raleigh area. So it says, days 2 through 7, Sunday through Friday, a threat for excessive rainfall and localized flooding may persist through the week as Debby moves slowly over the southeast U.S. and the Carolinas.
Pat, real quick to answer your question, we have had 2 significant wind reports, and we had over 200 wind reports on the East Coast with the slight. So
right.
Yes, there was an opinion.
Okay, so there was someone asking about Tallahassee in regards to flooding, and I think, and I'm going to go ahead and answer this because I know, Tristan, you've been talking for a while, but I want to go ahead and answer this right now. Tallahassee, especially the eastern half of it, it's going to get 4 to 6 inches of rain according to the NHC. So, not the NHC, the Weather Prediction Center. Flash flooding is definitely possible in that area. It's not going to be nearly as extreme as in South Carolina or Georgia or in the Big Bend, but you absolutely need to be preparing for that. Yep, North Carolina too. You absolutely need to be preparing for that. This thing, I would say that the flood risk is still the greatest threat, even though this thing is now expected to get up to a mid-range Category 1 hurricane, predominantly because we're looking at potentially up to 20 inches of rain in parts of South Carolina. As for Florida, you're looking at potentially up to a foot of rain, maybe more if this thing slows down. So I wanted to make that very clear before we moved on. So I just wanted to...
Alex asked a very interesting question. What are the chances that this storm makes a sharp right when it's supposed to turn towards the Big Bend? Okay, so it's not going to make a sharp right because it has to follow the trough that is trying to pick it up.
Yep.
It has to follow the Bermuda High to the east. Could it make what I call a mesoscale sharp turn because the storm can wobble? It could, but that will only be a few miles. But a few miles in a system like this could make all the difference between getting some tropical storm force winds and then having a bad day with the eye. It just depends.
All right.
Especially with a combat system like this. It's broad, but it's
Okay, Yoshi, go ahead.
I want to say this when everyone's here, right?
Sure.
When all the people are here, I'm going to list out evacuation notice information for Florida, right?
Please do.
All right. For Zone A, voluntary. Everyone in the following counties, if you're in Zone A, if you're in a mobile home, a manufactured home, or a general low-lying area, please evacuate. The following counties are Manatee, Pasco, Hernando, Taylor, and Jefferson counties. That is Zone A or home required voluntary. For mandatory, if you're in Zone A manufactured home, a mobile home, or in a general low-lying area, for Citrus, Levy, and Franklin counties, you should evacuate. They have put up a mandatory evacuation. And finally, for planned evacuation, we got Dixie County.
Oh, Yoshi, you cut out.
Yeah, I know. Did you hear me after I said Dixie County?
No.
That's when I was
No.
No? No? Okay. Planned evacuation for Dixie County, too.
All right. Perfect. Well,
real quick, a lot of people in the chat are like, what about if the Waffle House closes, should we leave? Y'all should leave anyway, but I know the rumor of Waffle House kind of staying open during minimum hurricanes. But y'all should leave.
Yeah.
If the waffle wants to get destroyed by the wind, let the waffle not be cooked right. And
I think a good way to say this is, if Jim Cantori comes to your area, you better get out of there.
Get out. Yeah.
Yep.
So
no, if Reed goes in the landfall zone, get out.
So my question is, why and how in the hell is Carlotta still a hurricane?
Yeah.
Why and how the hell is Carlotta still a hurricane?
Yeah. Well,
and also
we can talk about that. Yeah. I know you're paying attention to the Eastern Pacific, right?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of swapping back and forth.
That's fine.
Someone Orbit Edits asked, what's stopping Debby from becoming a strong Category 2? Basically, nothing if the evolution goes good tonight. Nothing.
But the question is, how much time will it... I mean, it has about 36 hours or so. Can it take full advantage of the water?
36 to 48, considering it might slow down a little bit due to stirring current.
All right.
What?
Okay. In the meantime, though, I want to kind of expand upon Yoshi's stuff when it came to the evacuation orders. There are now mandatory evacuations. Yoshi, could you please highlight those counties that are under mandatory evacuations that are in Zones A for me, please? Once again.
Let me get him real quick.
Sure thing. That's fine. Because the reason I want to make this point is because last night we were talking about evacuations and we were telling you to defer to the local officials. They know better than we do. We're just reporting the weather. They make the decisions in terms of evacuations. There are now
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this again for people that missed it.
Sure.
For all of these evacuation notices, these only go for people in Zone A, or if you're in a mobile or manufactured home, or if you're in a general low-lying or easily floodable area. Voluntary, Manatee, Pasco, and Hernando. Mandatory, Levy, Citrus, and Franklin.
All right.
Planned evacuation for Dixie County.
Okay. If you are in a mandatory evacuation position, they are telling you to leave. If you are in a mandatory evacuation position, evacuate. They are now telling you this is no longer voluntary. You need to get out of there. Voluntary is just a recommendation. Mandatory, they are telling you to get out for your own safety. If they are now essentially how local officials are interpreting is this could be a life-threatening situation for you, not just to your life, but also to cause extensive damage to your property if you stay. I mean, it's going to happen anyway, but it'll cause extensive damage to your property, and that's why they're telling you to leave. If they tell you to evacuate, evacuate. That's the point we need to make very clear.
Real quick, two things. One, I am enjoying that people are memeing about Waffle House.
Okay,
Secondly,
I agree.
I will. People are saying we're in the next advisories. Full advisories come out at
2 a.m.
5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., 11 p.m.
Intermediate comes out at 2 a.m., 8 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 p.m.
Yep, for the watches. Sometimes they do the strength too, depending on the data.
Yes, they do.
But those are called, I think, intermediate advisories.
Yes.
They are, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I have a good question for you guys.
Sure, what's up?
Yes.
For the 2 a.m. advisory, I know it's in 2 hours. If this convection continues and we continue to see this organizing, do you guys see them bumping this up to a 50-mile-an-hour storm and having 1,000 millibars?
We need to see the satellite imagery and ideally Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance to determine that. But for now, they're going to hold at 45 until they get new information.
No, I think they're going to hold it at 45. This is one of those cases where recon flights are very easy. So I do think that unless the radar really changes, this is the storm to wait for recon, honestly.
Oh no!
I do think these are one of those storms that could wait for some recon.
All right.
Bad stuff. We got. I don't know if this is the same one or if we got a new one, but the NOAA blend of models concerning overall precipitation, they're not good. Looking at the Tampa coast, Tampa itself and St. Petersburg has 10 to 11 inches of rainfall. The Spring Hill, Hudson, Aripeka area has 10 to 12 inches of rainfall. The landfall site, which is a couple of areas, but they're all about the same rainfall, which is 10 to 14 inches. And then looking at the highest total in all of the map, which is a bit south of the coast of Charleston, South Carolina, which has 16 to 18 inches.
Oh boy, that's a lot.
That's a lot, but considering that's mostly off the coast, and remember,
no, it's on the coast.
We need to communicate that.
It's on the coast just south of Charleston.
Tristan, hold on.
Thank you.
He's saying
it's I see what he's talking about.
We need to communicate something about the rainfall totals real quick. They give an idea of how much there is. There are some other factors, including trough lift. There are other factors, including the Appalachians. And the factor is that the position of the rainfall may not always be 100% because they're still somewhat guessing the evolution of the storm, the rain band positions.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Tristan, but I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry, what?
Teacher warning for anybody.
No, not yet. But I want to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to let you guys know we're starting to see your classic shrimp shape on the core of the circulation. That's not good. That's not good at all. And when you see a classic like this, and considering that this thing in the last hour and a half has shown a lot of signs of organization and convection bursts, that's telling me this is about to go off. This is a classic.
Here's the biggest question: how small is this?
Yeah,
because a storm can't strengthen too rapidly. Because remember what happened to Delta?
Yep.
I do want to.
Yeah, it can't do that. But it's not a big blob. It's a collection of blobs that are actually organizing. But I don't expect a Delta.
Okay.
I do want to fix something I said about South Carolina. Almost the southern and central South Carolina coast will actually have 16 to 18 inches. Local regions, especially looking at the southern South Carolina coast, have upwards of 20 inches and very localized areas of up to 24 inches along the coast.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we're talking from the coast from about Wilmington Island to about Charleston. So
yeah. All right. So, okay, I wanted to ask you guys a quick question. So I know there's been some people in the chat that are wanting us to stay on until 2 in the morning, or until 2 in the morning, and I've been kind of debating this privately. What do you guys want to do with this? Do you want to end this at 1 a.m. or go until the intermediate advisory? What do you guys want to do?
Advisory,
we're going until 1 a.m.
2 a.m.
If we're planning to go until 1,
okay, 2:30 a.m. You know why?
If we're planning to go until 1 a.m. anyways, we should just go to 2.
All right, that's fine.
Okay,
yeah.
We will stay until the public advisory then. At the
I have a good question for you guys.
The immediate advisory then. And for those tuning in the VC, if you guys need to go to bed earlier than that, you can do that. If you need to do that, go right ahead. I completely understand. We just want to get some more information out and watch this system, because there have been people asking us to stay until 2 o'clock, and that's what we will ultimately do. However, what I would like you guys to do, if you want me to do that, you need to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It would be really nice if we got up to 9,400 subscribers by the time we got to the advisory. So if you guys can do that for me, I am more than happy to stay up until 2 in the morning Eastern time, because that's 1 in the morning my time, and I can easily do that. So,
Pat,
what's up?
It would actually be 2:20 a.m. You know why?
Why?
Storm Prediction Center tornado outlook.
Oh, that's good. Okay, we're going
Yeah,
until
yes, 2:20 a.m. It wouldn't be 2.
That's
because the
that's
Storm Prediction
fine.
Center website gets delayed a little bit.
If we are going this long, all right, I think right now everyone should have like a 5-minute break to grab snacks, food,
I'll stay
drinks, whatever. This is gonna be a long night. All right, this is gonna be a long night.
Yeah, if you guys need to get some stuff,
Yoshi, I've been on coverage for 12 hours straight before.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
but for those who need,
haven't, including me, to be fair,
that's fair.
I want a soda.
That's fine. For those who need to take a break, do that right now. But if I get off for a second, which my fridge is right over there behind my computer, so I can grab something easily and come back. It'll take 30 seconds. You guys will have to cover me for that period of time, and I'll kind of have some satellite. Thank you very much. But if you guys need to leave to if you guys need to leave to get some stuff and take a breather, go right ahead. That's fine. So that way we can do that. But in the meantime,
I have a question for you guys quickly.
What's up?
Yes. Okay, you guys know when the hype with these storms get like this, and and a lot of people do live streams and the adrenaline. Do you guys ever feel like the adrenaline, the weather? I like to call it the weather adrenaline.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what I mean with that?
Yeah, we know what you mean. We had that with Barrel.
Your body starts going on. Yep. It starts going on with weather adrenaline.
Yeah.
I like to call it.
Yeah, we had that with Barrel, and so there's a ton of convection that's firing up. Someone in the chat was mentioning it, so that's the primary reason we're staying on till 2:00 in the morning. Well, technically 2:30 in the morning, so that way we can take a look at it. But that would.
I'm not sure.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Okay.
Now,
what's up?
Now I don't know if you guys went live for Typhoon Gaming in the West Pack, but that probably would have happened there if y'all would have. If y'all did go live for Typhoon Gaming, which did a number in Taiwan and China.
We saw that. I think I was busy at the time when that was going on, so I wasn't able to.
Yeah, I actually made a few videos on gaming.
Yeah, I saw them. They were pretty good. But anyway.
Yeah, Gaming did do a number on Taiwan.
That's fine. But anyway, that's fine. It looks like Yoshi's taking a few minutes. That's fine. But we'll be on for another couple of hours, so that way we can give you the latest information. All right, we will take some questions in the chat right now, since we've been kind of neglecting that all stream, and now that things have finally calmed down, we can finally have the opportunity to do that. So let's go ahead and start with that. Pat, would you consider what is happening rapid intensification? Not yet, but it looks like it might start to pretty soon. You only can. Yeah, Chris is saying you only can stream 12 hours on YouTube. No, you can stream for a lot longer than that. I know a lot of people have done that, but anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So
can you play the satellite?
Yeah. Okay. Someone's asking to show the lightning strikes on radar. Can we have access to lightning data?
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I remember. I actually gave you guys lightning data at one point. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, we probably missed it, to be honest.
Actually, let me go look at some. I'm gonna look at Weather Nerds and see the satellite and see if there's lightning in the.
Sure, if we can pin that down, that will be very telling for us. Okay. So what's next? Okay, so what's next? Is the storm moving northwest still? Yes, it is. What happens during a rapid intensification? This thing goes haywire, and you see the rotation ramp up at a very rapid pace. And you start seeing the winds get up. You start to see the wind. There's some lightning.
A very little. It's like few strikes there and there on Weather Nerds.
Okay.
On the satellite.
Is it near the core?
It's near that. It is pretty much near the core. It's that shrimp band that's coming from the south and coming into the low level the center of the storm.
Yeah. Do you think this is going south of Tampa? No, it's most likely going to hit the Big Bend at this current point. Does the size of the storm make rapid intensification less likely?
Yeah.
It can. Yeah, it can. It absolutely can. If it's larger, then it needs a lower pressure in order for that to happen. Theodore Johnson asks, how strong does the peaking on Debby become at the strengthening. If you're referring to if you're referring to how strong we think this could get, odds are this probably could get up to, I'd say, about 90 miles per hour, maybe low-end Category 2. So we're going to have to pay attention to that.
Have anyone seen the new GFS run?
Yeah, we've seen it. It pushes it significantly further to the east based off of what I'm seeing on it.
Yeah, and then it goes into Georgia all the way there, and then it tries and redevelops right near Florida again.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time believing that. At least that aspect.
No way it's going to do that.
Yeah, it's having its moment.
2.0 to the reformation.
Yeah. Regardless, though, we're still keeping tabs on it, so that's the great thing about this. All right. Oh, we have 370 people in the chat right now. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Be sure to do those things. We are going to be on for another couple of hours to get to the public advisory, as well as a few other things we're paying attention to. There's been a lot of convection firing up recently. It has this classic shrimp-looking convection sign right here with what we're looking at. So, and it's becoming more defined per scan.
Real quick, Pat, I'm sorry, and this is a little bit of humor. The moment we started really talking about Debby again, insurance commercial came on. That is great.
That is wild.
Way.
That is true.
Yeah.
This happened.
Regardless, though, we're still paying attention to
hurricanes? Just get insurance. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Sakura's showing it. Yeah, there is some lightning near the core of it. There's definitely been more than previously. However, it's not nearly as much as the outer bands right now.
Yeah, especially in
those outer bands look icy.
Yeah.
Do we have any velocity data near those bands? I want to see if there's some circulations trying to sneak up.
Yeah. Definitely looks like
Let's check Florida real quick. You know what?
Yeah, you take a look at that. I'm going to watch okay. Yeah, I'm going to watch satellite, well, not satellite, radar. Okay, this is getting interesting. We're still seeing that core developing based on
Kristen, do you have the NAM model?
The NAM 3K?
Can you look at the NAM model, please?
Oh,
don't look at
all right.
Do not look at the NAM model.
Well, the only thing you'd want to look at it for is to see how much it's controlling.
Yeah. It actually shows a 980 millibar storm. It's
actually been somewhat reasonable. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Models.
Yeah.
Mesoscale models up to the grade.
All right, who's
like months.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
As the NAM model would say, what can I say except you're welcome?
Yeah, I will say, Sakura, I saw your lightning, the lightning you're showing. There's definitely been an increase of lightning near the core of it. However, based off of what I'm seeing, it's not nearly as much as the eastern bands of it. So there's definitely been uptick over there, but it's still something to pay attention to.
Bro, the one time the NAM could have actually been right about his rapid anticipation, like not as right as the NAM would be, but somewhat right, it decides to put a one.
Okay. Yeah, Orbit Edits put this in here. I know this isn't a question, but I've been watching you for a month now, and you actually convinced me to make my first forecast on my channel. I'm going to hit the hay, so thanks for everything. Have a good night, man. I'm really glad you could join for a while.
We appreciate people getting motivated here. That's what the community should do. Respect each other, get motivated, help each other with ideas, and make the future better for forecasting, and not hate on each other.
Yeah, do I think it'll continue shifting east through the morning, Derek? Hard to tell. It's pretty hard to tell. Someone's asking you to show the halves models, which, considering the fact that the 0Z runs are starting...
They're coming out right now.
They're coming out. Okay, they haven't come out yet. The initialization on the 18C is kind of bad, to be honest, and we were talking about it earlier on stream. But, yeah, we'll have to we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I'm not showing the NAM 3K or anything like that. Yeah, it's... Yeah, that's not going to...
Yoshi, thank you for clipping that insurance random moment. That's...
Yeah, definitely.
All right, there's a reason you don't
like the shrimp look.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking at the 0-0 right now, and... Yeah,
don't worry. Debby's only fishing for seafood. It's fine.
Ha 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 ha.
You shouldn't trust NAM because NAM wants a 953 millibar system going into Florida.
Hell no.
Well, hold on. What pressure?
953.
I thought it was a 980.
Now, why is that not unreasonable?
This is why you don't want to trust NAM
Hold on.
because
What
NAM
strain
teams, they go out of
I have a
control
question.
here.
What would a 953 millibar system mostly be in strength the majority of the time?
Category 4.
Around.
A low end 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to likely be the stupidest person on the history of this earth.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go again.
That is not a terrible run if it has the chance, but right now I don't think it has it. Now, if it can overperform tonight, then maybe, but I don't trust the NAM still.
Okay. That's pretty reasonable to be honest. Pretty reasonable take to be honest. We're not going to entertain that this is going to be a cat 4 though.
No, we're not. The best this has right now, I would still say, is a low end 3 at the best, unless tonight it really performs.
Yeah.
I would say
if this becomes a hurricane by tomorrow morning 11, okay, then we have to watch.
Bro, imagine.
I mean, with the way the core is doing, maybe. Never know.
I doubt
seizure warning, guys. Just a heads up.
Seizure warning. Make sure.
Seizure warning.
Make sure your eyes don't see an unhealthy disco party.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely hate this part of the satellite imagery, having to run this, and I can't go to another tab either because it's going to only make the flashing lights worse, and it could happen. But holy crap, the core is really...
What was that scream?
Probably someone joking. Someone was joking about the seizure warning.
Someone having a seizure, I swear.
Bro, we can't be making jokes about that, guys. We can't be making jokes about that. That's a serious issue.
That was someone else, not me.
Okay, in the meantime, though, this convection's continuing to grow and expand. Has that classic shrimp form, and it looks like the northern convection and the core of it is about to merge in the next few minutes. So that's not going to be fun.
I'm not liking this.
That's not going to be fun. And the fact that this thing still has dual outflow channels is concerning to me.
That's very concerning. As I said, a lot of people keep saying that,
can you look at the radar?
You're not making any sense because the trough producing outflow don't exist. Well, clearly we're seeing a beautiful example of how a trough angle can suddenly make a tropical system suddenly blow up and bloom. It's like a plant trying to grow. It's blossoming and blooming.
Yep. It's
Can
also
you look
showing
at the
that
radar?
Yeah, I have it on stream. It's also showing that shrimp-like feature starting to pop up on the radar as well. So it's definitely starting to build a core.
Yeah. Also, real quick for guys who are watching this stream or are in the Discord call, I'm about to turn on my fan because it's hot as heck in here.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
If you hear something in the background, then you know what it is.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. Yeah, sorry about the frame droppage for guys. Crappy Ethernet where I'm at, so I do apologize for that. I'm noticing it on OBS. So
all right, I decided to just for crafting giggles, I decided to look at the IR imagery, and oh god,
it's trying to hunt for. It's trying to get some pretty good shrimp out of the.
Guys, we gotta look at the GFS for Gits and Shiggles. It's doing a funny right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it.
I'm not gonna say it on stream, but it is very.
Real quick, by the way, Miami has popped a new special marine warning for that exact same area as the previous one. They just went ahead and popped it until 1:45.
Definitely. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get a water. I'll be back in like 15 seconds. So you guys go ahead and talk about.
Okay, just so you the thing.
All right, no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I just see a black screen on your side.
Oh, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, that was because I pulled off the radar. Okay, it wasn't as bad as the last one, okay?
You're welcome for telling you.
Thanks for the heads
just had
up.
a small seizure. It's fine.
Okay, look, it's been a long night for me, so...
It's fine, Pat. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna get some...
Look at the...
I'm gonna get some water real quick, so you guys go ahead and take over for like 15 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
People are talking about like going to bush gardens in inclement weather, and someone said that's the best time. Let's get the pros and cons here, right? The cons being that you get blown off for rides, probably right into Tampa Bay, all right, blown about 50 yards. The pros are that you have no lines, so you get blown off the rides faster. Kind of fun, not gonna lie.
Someone said I need buck.
It's so sarcastic.
I need
no. I know exactly how to stop Debby.
Okay,
just put a wall of Waffle Houses.
Okay, what the heck did I walk into?
I don't know what.
Someone commented
Going crazy.
Well,
and then someone commented about a Busch Gardens thing, so Yoshi decided to do the pros and cons.
Ha 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 ha.
And then, someone said in
I'll show you a clip for now. I'll show you a clip.
I quote this. I need Buckeyes front teeth.
Okay,
you know how to stop a hurricane? Just put a wall of Waffle Houses.
Okay, in the meantime, though, for those tuning in, be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It helps us get more people engaged with weather, so it would be much appreciated. We are trying to get up to 9,400 subscribers by the next advisory, so that would be much appreciated if you could do that as we continue to look at satellite imagery and as we start to continue to see the classic shrimp that is starting to organize and develop.
It's very thankful that Debby is not allergic to seafood, or would have had an allergy collapse already.
Yeah, it would have already.
Real quick, by the way, on the east side of Florida, there is actually a pretty decent looking squall line thing forming from Debbie's Outer Bands.
I saw that.
That is actually quite concerning, and also fresh special marine warning, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. For Sebastian
and Debby is trending on Twitter.
Inlet, and from the Volusia to Forever County line, basically at 60 nautical miles. That's until 1:30. Real quick, by the way, that little squalene-looking thing, that's probably going to affect the area between West Palm Beach and Freeport, Bahamas. So that's like a distance of about, and I'm going to measure this real quick, about 75 miles-ish.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Real quick, we need to talk about something.
All right.
That a lot of people don't talk about.
What's up?
And I know after Adalia, I don't know if this is true. There might still be leftover debris. Insurance. Please clean the debris if you can, because when this storm strikes, it's going to be able to float. If there's any debris left from Adalia, I know they're taking their time to clean up.
Of course.
That's another thing we need to consider. We have seen in 2004, Hurricane Gene went over Orlando, and they had a lot of damage, not from Gene itself, but from the leftover debris of Hurricane Francis blowing within Gene.
And
that
then
is a concern.
Gene and Francis. And then here's the thing, another with the Gulf, right? Alabama, the Gulf Coast of Alabama, was still recovering from Ivan when Dennis came by.
Yes.
Yep.
So, if I don't think they have a lot of debris left, I could be wrong, but that is a concern that a lot of people don't talk about. It's leftover debris from other storms influencing some of the damage that a new storm can create.
Yeah. It looks like looks like the core is about to link up
with that northern.
Yeah, with that northern convection, which will be interesting.
Look at the bands around it. Go back to water vapor.
Yeah.
Please do.
I got it. Look at this
on
is
the
already a
Tropical
classic.
Water vapor.
Yeah, I have it.
God,
this is already a classic.
Look at the way it is. Oh, that is a classic strengthening. Ooh, that's a classic.
Still no special marine warnings.
Not looking good, you guys.
Still no special marine warnings coming in from Key West, but
tomorrow morning this is going to be a pretty strong tropical storm, I think.
Yeah,
pretty strong.
I wouldn't rule this thing getting out to 60 miles per hour. new to Florida here. Is it acceptable to drive to Largo from Pinellas Park around 9 a.m. and back around 11:30 or noon? Got no idea what we're doing when it comes to these storms. Laughing out loud.
No.
All right.
Do not.
All right.
Like, if you're
Yeah.
What day is it, though?
within-
He's talking tomorrow. They're talking tomorrow.
no.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
probably
say.
not. Especially considering
Yeah,
that
no.
this thing will be closer to Tampa by that point.
Basically, anytime where a hurricane is, your best bet is just not to go out on the roads during the storm.
Okay, Chris is asking. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, basically, what I'm trying to say here is, and for those of you who are quite unfamiliar with hurricanes, well, congratulations, that's about to learn something from me. If you're gonna be out in a hurricane,
Oh, this isn't a hurricane yet. It's still a tropical storm.
Well, yeah, but I mean tropical cyclones. In general,
Yeah, tropical cyclone.
But I wouldn't be outside in that. I wouldn't be outside in this thing, and if you can't evacuate for some reason, I'd stay hunkered inside. Just
Sure.
have your flashlight, have your food, non-perishable food, medical kit, water.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Oh my
Probably like a
goodness.
couple pops as well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oof.
Okay. Chris was asking to show for some lightning update. So if we could provide that, that's perfect.
All right. I got
Okay,
it.
radar bolts in the chat. Hope you're doing well, bud. I hope you're having a good night. Yeah.
Lightning there's a few lightning strikes, but not really in the core. It's more on that shrimp southern side, that band on the southern.
Oh,
Jamie
don't worry.
Gaddy
Don't worry.
21
Very soon that's going to change.
Yeah.
Jamie Gaddy says 21.4 knots on a buoy near Key West, 87.1 degrees Fahrenheit as of right now. That's the temperature.
Yeah.
I actually want to see the lightning within the core. Oh, there's a little bit. A tad bit.
That convection just continues to
yeah.
expand and explode. I'm not liking the look.
It really concerns me because remember, the evolution of the system. The evolution of the system is already. It sends so many red flags. It's more of a red flag than a drunk relationship.
Yeah.
And that's not a good thing to say.
Well, Jesus.
That's a little out there.
Some of y'all are getting a bit too
the
comfortable.
truth. This does have a lot of red flags right now.
Yeah. Okay. Tom McTiernan still appears that there's still dry air in the Western Gulf. Do you think that will relax? If not, do you think the storm strengthens enough to be unaffected? We talked about that earlier on stream, so yeah.
Let me give you my opinion on that.
Go ahead.
Again, I think right now with the convection exploding like this and how the storm is starting to look, and like you just brought up the water vapor, right now I see not too much dry air, and I do not think if this continues to develop with this convection and develop the core, I think this is going to thrive very well, and I do not think this is going to have any dry air issues, in my opinion. But I could be wrong.
Hold on, I'm trying to get some new information because Mbot from Tampa, Florida just said we got a new update on the day 2 convective outlook, which is very interesting.
Okay.
Miami, water spout possible from the coastal waters.
Sorry to cut you off, Tristan, but we got some more. We got the 0Z halves B starting to trickle in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So initialization, I'm gonna try and find the main sea level pressure initialization very quickly.
Just got some breaking news. Oh shoot!
Oh yeah.
Breaking news!
What's up?
My prediction is correct.
What
a
is?
5% chance of tornadoes from the Big Bend area to southern Georgia.
All right.
Right, Jacksonville, Florida. Nailed it.
Oof.
Perfect.
Wow.
That's
The House has a hurricane earlier.
Yeah.
And
but
real
anyway,
quick, I will send y'all the site. Give me a second.
That's fine. But in the meantime, I'm looking at the initialization. So at 7 p.m., this had it at about 1,004. We were at 1,005 at 7 p.m., I believe, for the Halves B. The Halves B, by 1 a.m., wants this to get down to 996 millibars. That's a bit unrealistic, if you ask me. Unless, I mean, it definitely could happen. And
because I can see that because of the last fly through the recon, they did find 1,001.
That's very real quick. I want to explain something interesting.
Sure.
I've never seen them do free updates on day 2 before, because normally they would do the day 1 first. What are they doing? I'm curious. No, not in a bad way. I'm curious.
I want you to look. I want you to look at the radar imagery in VC Nomike and tell me what's going on.
Yeah.
People are saying an eyewall is forming.
What?
Let me see.
Huh?
Okay.
It kind of looks like it.
It might be starting to form, but that looks like more of a core development than an eyewall just for right now.
So real quick for our viewers here, I want to real quick give areas of tornadic potential, because this is really spot on. I'm surprised I got the exact area. Jackson, let's go. I'm gonna go to Google Maps actually. This will give me a better view. 1 second.
All right.
So let's see. So Jacksonville and Tallahassee. Yes, you're under the 5% now.
I'm gonna give you a warning.
Lake
The
City,
hurricane models.
Lake City, High Springs, Live Oak, Madison, Perry, east of Apalachicola, and southern Georgia. This includes Brunswick, Waycross, Blackshear, Badalowska, Whitman.
All right.
Osceola Wildfire Management Area and the Wildfire Refuge and another Wildfire Refuge. Let's see. Gainesville. I said Gainesville right. I'm just making sure I get every area. The Big Bend area is 100% within its 5% now. So basically, Jacksonville Metro and West. The landfall area, including Perry, Florida, Fish Creek, and that surrounding area, and then the southern and southeastern Georgia, including Baronet Beach, Kingsland, Brunswick, Waycross, Wellsboro, Homerville, Statenville, and Valdosta, Quitman, and South. If you are near any of these locations, you are now under the 5% tornado risk, and I would expect a tornado watch tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. While you're doing that, I want to go ahead and show our audience the halves A and halves B are coming in.
Oh, I was about to comment on that, actually.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the HAFSA model right now, and it appears to be doing two concerning things, especially to those in Tampa North.
All right.
It is going, one, slower.
Yep.
It has trended slower for a while now, and this is yet more of a concerning development. And two, it has gone more east, which is quite worrying.
Right.
More of the winds will get towards Tampa Bay North.
All right, so one person, AD, thank you for your question. What's the risk in Pasco County?
In Pasco
County. Searching it up.
I think we're talking. If they're referring to tornadoes, Tristan, I'm sure you can answer that very easily. But if they're referring to the hurricane itself,
for Pasco County, that is north of Tampa. Some rain bands. The tornado chance depends on the evolution of the storm, as it will still be strengthening before landfall.
Yeah.
Some flash flooding is definitely possible, as you are under a flood watch by Tampa. I believe under discussion they said they increased the flood watch to West Central Florida. That will likely include Tampa. But some flash flooding, 1 or 2 tornadoes are possible, and I would say maybe some tropical storms towards that.
They're also asking about storm surge, which I'll give me a second. For Pasco, looks like Pasco is, I think Pasco is either in that 3 to 5 or 2 to 4 inch.
Well.
Do you know what Pinellas County is, Pat?
Yeah, that's where St. Petersburg
County
is.
North.
Yeah, okay, so they're on 2 to 4 inches, not 2 to 4 inches, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Oh, sorry. Okay, what's up, Weather Kingdom?
Look at the half speed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
More hours out.
Let's see. It's about 33 hours out. Okay, let's take a look at it. The halves.
Real quick.
Hold on. No,
someone did ask
1
me in
sec.
the chat.
Okay, go ahead.
970.
I was gonna say tornadoes are my biggest concern. We're looking for Southern St. Augustine. Question. Let's look at that real quick. Google Maps versus their SPC product.
Yep.
Is it just me, or is the halves be overdoing it a bit?
St. Augustine.
I mean, it's possible.
St. Augustine is on the edge of the 5 and 2% tour. So maybe you'll get a tornado watch depending on the evolution of the storm. Maybe. It's not as we don't have as much
Okay.
How do I say that? How do I explain that? We don't have as much knowledge on St. Augustine on Central Florida as we do North Florida and Southern Florida.
Okay, but all right, thank you for that, but I'm looking at the halves B. It wants a 970 millibar system at landfall near Apalachicola, east of Apalachicola Bay. I'm flagging that because it goes from like 984, 983, 982, and then in a 3-hour shift, it drops 12 millibars right as it's making landfall.
Okay, let me say something with that.
Sure.
With it going into that shallow water, number one, the waters are like 32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
That's 90 Fahrenheit. And that's
there's nothing really competing against this system, and I have noticed this on a lot of things that rapid intensification is looking concerning of rising the chances. So I'm not going to lie. I think all the hurricane models are going to be a lot higher than the previous run. And the way this is looking right now and the way this is developing a core this quick. I mean, you guys, 1 hour ago, if you guys go back 1 hour ago, look at the satellite and look what we were talking about. Barely probably any convection. So seeing this from 1 hour ago to now, it concerns me what has happened in the hour with the satellite and with the progression of this core.
Yeah, it was an hour ago. It was just starting to form that shrimp shape that we were talking about.
Yep.
And that was when the convection was starting to flare up and get its act together. Now we're looking at this, and it has that classic shape. The thing I'm looking for with this, though, is this needs to wrap around the southwestern side first before it does anything. Then we can talk about rapid intensification.
Let me give you an update on lightning.
Please do. I'm all ears.
I'm looking at it. Actually, there is a few more lightning strikes closer to the core. Now, not just the southern side.
Could you show a map of that and put it in VC No Mic? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, this is... Okay, I'm going to check... I'm going to check this real quickly. You have got to be... I'm on Twitter right now. You've got to be kidding me. Tropical Storm Debby is currently doing a shrimp shape as we speak. The last one that did that was Beryl back in June and July, and we saw what happened with that. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes up to a mid category 2 or low end category 3. This is from Sammy Traup right here, which is pretty interesting. Taking a look at that. Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
It looks like some people are starting to look at the view that I said was ridiculous 12 hours ago.
Yeah. What could be... Okay. All right. Dr. Levi Cowan's looking at this too. What could cause a compact ring of max winds to develop around the center? Central convection wrapping around the circulation is often a trigger. We've seen some of this happen during the last 2 hours, which could begin that trend heading into tomorrow. Ooh. And he's also noticing, the radar's also picking up on it very quickly as well.
And you have to remember, Levi, I would say, is pretty conservative.
He's usually very cautious because he has such a big platform.
Yeah. So him saying that is a little concerning.
Yeah. Okay, Debby is continuing to develop a core on radar as hot towers fire off and expand in the northern and eastern sides. Debby will likely take the rest of the night to condense into a core before we see some significant intensification. Yeah, that's probably what's going to end up happening. I'm showing those tweets just to kind of see what other people are saying about this, just so that way I can take a look at it and, form my own opinion based off of that, as well as the current satellite imagery I am noticing right now. Regardless of that, though, things continue to ramp up, and I want to see... Okay, we're seeing more convection flare up. Looks like that convection's connected to the northern side of it, so not fantastic.
You're going to have to watch that.
Yeah, seizure warning for those who have epilepsy and are prone to seizures. This thing is going to have a lot of flashing lights for about a good 15 seconds. So just giving you a heads up. Well, it's a lot less than 15 seconds. It's actually more like 5, but it feels like it. Okay. Yeah, you're seeing that convection really just blowing up and starting to take shape, and you're starting to notice it's starting to slightly turn and start to fill in more the western side a little bit. So that's something.
Noticing that too.
Cloud tops are just connected. Oh, that.
Yep. That's not good.
Goosebumps.
Yeah.
I got goosebumps.
Yeah. For those in the chat right now, be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It would really help us out. We are trying to get to 9,400 subscribers by the next public advisory, which will be in 1 hour, and we will be live for a little while. So we're going to have to pay close attention to that. Alex Duncan, west? No, it says west. You're fired, Patrick. SpongeBob reference.
I will say this. Mark said it from hurricanetrack.com.
Oh.
Yeah.
Big Bend area, don't dismiss Debby or compare it to a Dahlia. It's ramping up quickly. It has
Mark
24 to 30 hours to go. A lot can happen during that
time.
Please be ready.
That's not good. I'm seeing that.
Doing some red flags.
You guys, that is Mark Studiff.
Yep.
He has tracked. This is the guy that has covered. This is the guy that has tracked, I would say, at least 50 storms. He has watched these storms for the last 20 years now.
Yep.
This guy
what is he saying?
Big Bend area, don't dismiss Debby or compare it to a Dahlia. It's ramping up quickly and has 24 to 30 hours to go. A lot can happen during that time, so please be ready. And this is
I'm telling you guys, this is Mark Studiff, and seeing that is just extremely worrying.
Seeing Levi Cowan, Mark said,
yep,
both saying, "You better be ready."
And starting to see lightning is not good either.
That does not scream good news.
No, it doesn't. It most certainly does not, and that's a little worrying. Okay, but
it's very worrying.
Yeah, we still have an hour before the next intermediate advisory. People were asking earlier about since we have a little bit more time now and think we don't have much more information to cover until then. People are asking about the tropical wave after this that's currently over the Lesser Antilles. I want to briefly touch upon this because I think it's important to kind of take a look at it and kind of give an update on this, because we did see the GFS yesterday having this thing develop into a hurricane, which, by the way, that's not happening at this point anymore. Yeah, I'm seeing the tropical wave approaching the Lesser Antilles right now. What's the water vapor imagery looking like? Yeah, it's not in a great environment in terms of dry air. There's still a lot of Sahara dust in the MDR, a lot less than what we were seeing previously, but overall, it's not nearly as favorable as the Gulf of Mexico right now. And as for wind shear, which I can pull up very quickly, here is the wind shear right here, if I can pull it up. Okay, it's updated, never mind. Yeah, it's actually in a area of low wind shear, which is pretty interesting. And I looked at the ensembles. I want to take a look at Weather Nerds once again, because there was previously some ensemble support with this, at least with the 0Z. I'm going to update this at the 12Z. Yeah, there's still some ensemble agreement with this, so that's pretty interesting, and that's a lot more of a long-term threat.
Is it me or is it two waves?
Is it
two waves?
It's one wave that's in the Antilles, that's nearing the Antilles, and it's another wave that's more closer to the Cabo Verde Islands.
We're really going to have to watch those.
Yep. we're gonna have to watch those waves, and
it
pay
just shows
attention.
you guys that the Atlantic is starting to wake up.
Yep,
and
it is waking
going
up.
into the rest of August and September, and even early October. We're really going to have to watch the tropics. I'm afraid that the tropics are really in the beginning stages of waking up. And I think,
Yep, that's my concern.
We might not have that many storms, but Beryl was enough. Beryl proved every weather person that when you have very, very good favorable conditions in pretty warm waters for June.
Beryl broke so many records, not only in
tropical
for July, but in severe weather. It caused one of the longest tornadoes of the whole year.
But let's be real. Beryl might have.
Yeah.
Beryl was a different species.
Yeah, it was a different
Beryl
storm.
basically was the core of the evolution of weather.
Okay, I'm noticing some stuff starting to fire up to a small degree on the western side of it. I'm going to loop this.
Guys,
so seizure warning for those who are prone.
Right after Debby, look out for an area either in the Central America, let me get my thoughts. I think there will be another area south of Cuba, west of Jamaica, and the Yucatan. Because models have been trying to trend that a little bit, and then there's waves coming off Africa.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The convection that's going on right now. It is surging to the west. It is surging and filling up that western side. Like
I have a very awkward feeling that it's about to do some rapid intensification much earlier.
Yeah, it's surging a lot faster than I thought it would, and it's surging a lot further to the west than I am comfortable with.
I'm not very comfortable.
You guys have to remember.
I'm not comfortable at keeping my low end free anymore, but I'm going to hold off.
Yeah, we're going to hold off on that until we get new information. But
this is what I'm saying.
By the way, this storm looks, I like what I said with Burrow. I think it's pulling a middle finger. And I don't like it.
I mean, it might be. It's hard to tell, but yeah, it's surging a lot further to the west than I would hope it would. But anyway,
and remember,
we have over 400 people in the chat right now, which is absolutely insane. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are trying to get to 9,400 subscribers by the time we get to the new public advisory, which will be in less than an hour. So be sure you do that. Weather Kingdom, go ahead.
I would say is seeing this happening this early, it just spills trouble to what I'm seeing down the road.
Yeah.
Remember, if you guys look at the waters, by the way, it's right now sitting with 30 degrees Celsius. As it gets closer, it only gets warmer. You're looking at maybe 31 to 32 degrees Celsius waters.
And for context, that's 88 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Exactly. So seeing this already begin to develop this fast just concerns me that the waters are not even at their peak. And with the best and with these conditions only getting better, it really concerns. I mean, we've seen this.
What really concerns me is that a lot of people are saying it could get to a hurricane by today, and with the way it's doing it,
I mean,
yes. I'm gonna say it. If it can keep up, and its core can really start to blow up, maybe a Cat 1 by this evening.
I can see it.
This afternoon. You never know. This system's been really blowing up.
Yeah,
you are right. Hour and a half. Look.
Over the last we're starting to see some minus 80 cloud tops flaring up in this as well. That's not good.
No, I don't like Debby. I no longer want this name on the Atlantic.
Yeah. Okay, Yoshi, you haven't said much in a while, so what are your thoughts on these new developments?
I'm looking at a lot of stuff here. I'm looking at HFS.
Sure.
About these new developments, I'd say it has a possibility that it's trying to go under some sort of rapid intensification right now, like these ships was saying.
That's not good. That's not fantastic to hear.
I think Yoshi. I think a good estimated peak right now for this storm would be 100 miles an hour.
I want to wait for the next public advisory just before I say anything.
Okay, if Recon goes in this tomorrow and finds hurricane gusts, at least, and this is like a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm for the 11 a.m. AM update, and by the nighttime, we start seeing even more faster intensification in this, and you start seeing those 80-mile-an-hour hurricane by tomorrow night this time, we're going to really have to watch for 100-mile-an-hour winds.
We also got some breaking news.
What's up?
Go ahead.
Day 2 to day 5 of the Weather Prediction Center are all moderate risk to Debby. They're all moderate.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Day 2, there is another moderate risk in effect for a small part of the Georgia coast and parts of the Carolina.
Is that
coast
for flooding?
Yes, all of it's for flooding.
Ooh, wow. I mean, that's another thing.
Guess what? South Carolina is on 3 straight days of moderate.
Good Lord.
Wow.
That's not good.
There's going to be a high. There has to be a high somewhere.
I would say they're waiting until later so that way they get more information.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I think this might go to 50 in the 2 a.m. update.
I need more satellite. I need satellite data to figure that out in order to do that because there's no recon. There's no recon.
Time to explore the internet.
Wait, hold up. Oh, okay.
Wait.
They're finding SFMR. They're finding flight level winds. Okay, never mind. They're finding SFMR values of around 40 knots. Sorry, I overreacted for a second.
That's another thing. Hey, about that 40-mile-an-hour knots in the surface. That was before this convection. So maybe they're gonna use that 40. This was before that convection.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, because the website lagged a little bit.
You're absolutely right. Okay.
Because if they're finding 40 when this was without that convection and seeing the satellite, I'm calling. I'm not going to call it, but I think the chances are pretty high now for 50-mile-an-hour upgrade.
Yeah.
I honestly see it.
I'm going to look up the Dvorak and see what they're saying with this.
Yeah, please do. If you can send that in
say
chat.
70 instantly.
Advanced Dvorak technique with Debby.
NATOcast has a 10% chance of tornadoes for central and northern Florida.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
And considering that NATOcast actually did a good job with Beryl, I'm not going to dismiss this. I'm not going to say it's going to happen, but I'm also not going to dismiss it right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
They have it out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page, get a new satellite scan on this.
Can you put up radar after that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this isn't... Okay, yeah, it's definitely trying to... Hold up, I'm going to loop the image real quickly, so seizure warning very quickly. I know we have to do this a bazillion times, but...
1980s disco party warning.
Yes. Well, it's not too bad, but it's going to get pretty bad with the new frames. Okay, this is interesting.
Oh my!
It's starting
goodness.
to wrap. It's trying to wrap around. It's still surging to the west, and now we're starting to see a southward tilt with that western side of it.
This is not good.
No.
I mean, if this convection just continues and we start seeing even more convection, and remember, this is diurnal minimum. Diurnal maximum is in the
it's starting. Diurnal max is starting to increase right now. It has been. It's starting to decrease a little bit, but it's going to oscillate and gradually increase after this. But yeah.
But remember, storms usually strengthen more
Yeah.
at night.
Okay, it looks like the core is closed off, and there's not that eyewall feature anymore that we were seeing. But the fact that this is closed off, pretty concerning. Pretty concerning. That's the first sign we're looking for.
Man, the convection is just flooding the center. It's like a flood going into a valley. It's just spreading.
It's just surging. It's surging through that. And Tristan, do you notice that subtle southward tilt that western part of that big burst to the north is showing?
Mm-hmm.
That's starting to rotate around.
This is going to be a little bit of a crazy example, but this would make sense. The cloud tops being able to spread like that, it kind of reminds me of a pyroclastic flow on the ground. That's how fast that is.
Yeah, it reminds me of a surge. Okay, what are the cloud top levels? They're easily minus 70. I don't know how tall they are. If someone can give an estimate, that would be much appreciated. But
How tall?
Yeah, of how
They're
tall.
definitely taller. They're definitely taller than my height.
Ha 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 ha.
About negative 80.
We're seeing some negative 80 cloud tops, but it's generally negative 70. And the
Yeah.
colder the cloud tops indicate the bigger the convection there is.
Lightning. Let me go check on lightning.
Check on lightning.
David Slaughauer asked, can he join the stream?
Yeah, sure, David.
Yeah.
It's in Storms United General VC.
There's no lightning in the core anymore. It's still on the southern side with the
Well,
stream.
Yeah,
these
it's in
things,
Storms United
they
General
don't
VC.
They don't just sustain all the time. They have to cycle. There's a process to the way these systems work. They're gonna go down, they're gonna go up. They're gonna go down, they're gonna go up. And that's how convection works.
Yeah.
You may not be seeing lightning now, but then watch 2 hours later, we're suddenly going to see a billion lightning strike. Suddenly out of nowhere. That's an exaggeration, but that's just an example.
Okay. All right, let's see.
Is it me or...
Because we're trying to get David on the stream for a bit, because I think he's seeing what we're seeing, and I'm sure he's very concerned about what's going on. So I think having him on would be a very good addition. But we have over 450 people in the stream right now. So be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We are 6 away from 9,400, which is absolutely incredible. So if you could hit that subscribe button and get up to that level, that would be much appreciated tonight. Thank you very much for all the support. We have not seen this much since Barrel.
Games. Y'all could be playing video games. Y'all could be asleep. Y'all could be anything else, but y'all decided to stay and watch the stream. We
just hit 9,400. We just hit 9,400. Wow.
Congrats.
Thank you very much, guys. Unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Meantime, though, we're trying to do one. We're trying to get one final piece in here. We're trying to get David Schlotthauer in here because he's watching this too, and I'm sure he is very concerned. So, he's. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna tell him to come join.
Hold on. Yay! Let's go, chat.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
We gotta hype up David.
Nice.
We gotta hype up David.
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh my goodness, David's gonna
guys. Seriously though.
David, come on. Wait.
David.
Is that him? That's who I think it is. Mr. David, how are you doing?
David Schlotthauer.
Dude, I'm at work right now. Hey, I'm at work. I
Sure.
will be on in about like 10 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be on in about 10 minutes.
All right, that's fine. Perfect.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. So, we will be there soon. He'll be back soon. So yeah.
Oh my goodness,
we had a sighting of David. Look, what I'll say about it is I've been talking with to him about this for a bit. We've been kind of looking back and forth with all the data, and I think getting his opinion on this would be a net positive and a very beneficial because he's been doing some pretty good stuff with Tropics for quite a while. So
have you looked at that half A yet?
I've looked at the half A. The half A only goes out 18.
Someone asked is David a hurricane? David used to be a hurricane in 1979.
Yep.
No, really?
Let me look.
Used to be
Someone else asked how to say David's last name.
It's Schlotthauer.
I think it's a German name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, has a 982 millibar system hitting the Apalachicola Bay, east of there at least. That's interesting. That's even a shift further to the west from the on the landfall point.
Man, everybody was talking about this a few hours ago. Oh, Debbie's a baby, and suddenly they're all gonna be like, well, we're screwed.
Okay, the H-Wharf wants a 987 millibar system to hit eastern Apalachicola Bay.
I think.
And you look at radar after that?
Yeah.
No way.
Thank you.
H-Mon wants this.
Pat,
Okay.
Look at no mic real quick.
Sure, I will in a
got a
second,
new
but
thing to
I
put
want
on
to
screen
point
when
out
you
that
say-
every single major hurricane model we have here wants this thing to make landfall near the Panhandle. Thanks, John.
Honest, and I want to communicate this to the viewers real quick. Don't focus on the storm.
Yeah.
This thing is blowing.
Oh, you guys, look at satellite. Look at what is it? Not western, eastern. Look at the eastern side. We have new convection blowing up.
Are you?
Wait, where?
Eastern side, closer to the Keys.
Wait, I see it.
If you go to Meadows, yeah,
I see it.
Refresh, yeah.
I can confirm.
I can see it. It's another flare up.
This is not
it's
good.
Such a shrimp shape. Oh, that's not fun.
It's just gaining more and more of a shrimp shape.
It definitely is.
It's gaining more seafood power.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's and we're still seeing that surge to the west, and we're starting to see that convection wrap around the center.
I wish Recon was in this.
Me too.
I guarantee you.
I mean, also real quick, Pat and No Mike, we got something to help you with seafood.
Okay. All right.
What
perfect.
is that?
Thank you, John. By the
All
way.
right. Yeah. Thanks, John. I appreciate that.
Can you look at radar?
Yeah. Okay. Tevold is also looking at the Halves A, and he's saying Halves A has this at 70 miles per hour, 2 a.m. That's a little unrealistic right now.
You guys, we have lightning in the center. We have lightning in the center.
Can you send it in VC no mic? Send it in VC no mic.
I will. Yep.
I love how as soon as Pat said that was unrealistic, we got lightning in the center.
All right. That's not good.
That's not good timing.
That's really bad timing. Yeah. David will be on in about 5 to 10 minutes. Give him a little time. He needs to finish some stuff.
Oh my god, that's not good.
All right.
I'm not liking that.
Hey,
I will be sending it.
All right, send what you have so we can do that.
All right, I will.
All right.
Let me go here.
But in the meantime, though, this thing just continues to rapidly escalate, and
there it is. I just sent it.
Perfect.
This is that latest frame, and that's directly in the center now. Right over.
I got it.
Deep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing some more lightning strikes near the core of it.
Look at the last picture I sent and look at now.
Okay.
Even that lightning is.
I'm seeing. Okay, the last photo. Are these the same photo?
The latest one.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, there's more. There's a few more lightning strikes now. That's not good. Indicative of a strengthening system.
I'll keep updating you guys. Yep.
Yeah.
And the convection is just mind-blowing. I mean, the structure just keeps it looking better and better.
Interestingly enough, people are pointing out there is still a little bit of a dry air problem on the very western side.
Let me take a look.
I mean, I don't know.
There might be a little bit of hindrance.
Yeah, I see it.
Just a little bit.
I see a small amount.
Considering how much is blowing up, the moment that little bit of dry air goes away, it's good.
Yep. I can see that could be a little bit of a hindrance temporarily, but in about 2 hours, it won't be.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, this storm is basically going to punch the dry air in the face harder than WWE wrestling.
Funny thing, I was actually watching that earlier.
Yeah. I'm going to move this over, courtesy of John, next to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center thing, so I can pop that up in case that happens again. Anyway, be sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. It gets more people engaged with weather. And if you want to ask some questions in the chat, go right ahead. So you will be happy to answer them.
Yeah, okay. And if you guys have any questions, let me know.
Okay.
Yep.
If the hurricane strengthens a lot and hits Florida and Georgia, could it strengthen to a Cat 1-2 as it hits South Carolina or Georgia for a second landfall? We've explored the possibility of that.
Depends on the evolution after the landfall.
Yep. It absolutely does. It's going to depend on how far to the east it goes into the Gulf Stream.
Oh God! Someone said Debby is punching the dry air harder than Mike Tyson.
Oof.
Oh.
That's not good.
Oh.
Okay, Tristan, this is the perfect one for you. What are the risks for tornadoes?
5% across parts of northern Florida and southern Georgia.
Yeah. Okay,
Hey,
John just
who is
got
this?
back here. Hey, John, thanks for the thing. Go ahead.
What a
Including
win.
the areas of Jacksonville. I need to go Google Maps again real quick. Oh, by the way, hello, John. Welcome.
What's up?
Hey, we're trying to get David on the stream, so
yeah, let's go to some of those areas that might have a good tornado
okay,
potential.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Valley Lost Scott.
For sure.
If I pronounce things wrong, I'm sorry. By the way.
Yeah.
Brunswick, Kingsland, Ferdinand Beach, Jacksonville Beach, St. Augustine, Middleburg, Green Cove Springs, Gainesville, Newberry, High Springs, Lake Erie, the whole Big Bend area, including Perry, Live Oak, Madison, the edge of Tallahassee and east. And considering that the storm is moving east, I do think the 5% will be lowered over there, but there's a small chance of a tornado. You never know. Crawfordsville maybe gets downgraded a little bit, considering on the track. Whitman, Waycross. If you are in any of these areas in Florida and southern Georgia, you are now officially under a 5% tornado risk. And I expect a tornado watch during the beginning process of landfall.
All right.
Depending on the structure.
Okay. All right. So why does the center look further east than the track right now? That's because it is just a little bit right now. At least for right now. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to pay attention to it.
Can you show radar?
Really
Can you show weather Omega?
I have radar scope.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's building a core. You're seeing that. It's starting to build that core again. You're starting to see that banding starting to wrap around again, and you're also noticing further out. You're seeing a lot more convection starting to fire up and feed into the system. This thing is quickly developing in real time. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm curious what the Storm Prediction Center is going to do for the day one outlook later because of the bands of Debby right before the landfall, and considering that evolution that's going to be taking place. I wonder what they're going to do for the day one because they straight up said a slight risk for day two. They straight up did that first.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what they're going to do for day one, depending on the evolution.
I heard. Okay.
Let's see. Could they?
And
you know what?
Okay.
I'm going to.
Hey guys, Retimmer posted something on Twitter regarding this.
That's not good.
Conveyor belt of hot towers piping into the new inner core of Tropical Storm Debby. Increased latent heat releases should drop surface pressures and let the positive feedback mechanism snowball. That's not good. That's not good.
Coming from Retimmer,
I'm not going to rule this out. Depending of the evolution of Debby and the structure, I would not be surprised if we get a local 10% tour. I would not be shocked.
I wouldn't be surprised either, considering the threat this poses.
You guys, remember, this is now Retimmer has said something. So all the major weather people that you can go to is agreeing. And they're saying the same thing too. And with Retimmer saying that, Mark Sutter, even Lehigh Cowan from Tropical Tibbets, them all saying that is just backing up what we're saying.
Sure.
If there's any good news, at least there's no development continuing to be expected for 7 days.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions? I'll take a look in the chat just so I can take a quick look. Okay.
Do we have any more tropical memes?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
By the way,
all right. Icy shot, Pat. Is there absolutely anything that could prevent this from getting stronger? Anything that could potentially hinder its strength? There is a very small amount of dry air that is hindering it a small amount. It's maybe limiting it just a little bit, but considering what I'm seeing with this convection surging this far to the west this quickly, it's going to mix out easily in the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's go time. So, yeah, pretty interesting.
And we still got over 24 hours.
The National Hurricane Center has issued the tropical weather outlook for August 4th 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
There is nothing else.
No intermediate update on Debby has been out yet.
All right.
By the way, there is no AOI yet. I'm kind of
early
surprised.
because there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
True.
That's fair.
So we
Okay.
still have to wait for it.
All right. Icy Shot is it? Okay, we already answered his question. Let's see. What else do we have? I noticed the convection on satellite right after it moved over the water and thought it looked heavy. Then it was busy until now. What is the best weather product to analyze convective strength with? I would say
David's here.
Oh, David's here?
Yep.
Hello, David.
David's here.
Hey.
Hey, what are your thoughts on Debby?
Let me look over the models. Hey, everybody, it's David Schlotthauer here on the behalf of Pat's Path Predictors live stream. And let me do the intro. I like your intro.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, it's your host, Pat's Path Predictor. Let's get right into the weather.
Let's get right into the weather.
All right. Now that we're getting right into the weather, here is the situation, ladies and gentlemen. David, if you have looked at satellite recently, this is starting to resemble a classic shrimp shape. And we've seen over the last couple of hours really fire up all over.
So let me explain what is going on here. So I am looking at satellite imagery right now. So what I'm seeing is that a eye wall is trying to form on the eastern side, but this is still lacking any deep convection on the western side, likely due to some dry air entrainment.
We've been noticing it.
And for those folks that did watch my stream earlier, I did say that this would remain somewhat of a disheveled system, with a lot of the drier air kind of possibly getting entrained into the system later on in the forecast period. That still seems to be happening as we do look at the infrared satellite imagery. Pat, if you want to actually take a look at the water vapor, so I could explain.
I got it.
Yep. Sweet. So if we do look at water vapor imagery, there are some darker colors off to the west of the system, which does indicate there is some dry air here. There is not much shear, though, but there is a little bit, at least 10 or so knots of shear on that system.
Which is very healthy for a tropical.
It is healthy, but it's also at the same time destructive, because as you do know now, if this system was a hurricane, then it would not be so destructive. But this is in the formative
stages.
And so the deep convection, you got to kind of also watch to see the structure of that convection. Right now, it's really blobby, blobbier on the
It's organized blobs, but then the dry air to the west a little bit to make it a little bit.
Yeah,
but it is very organized for a disheveled tropical system.
And
David
we were
also
talking
mentioned
about
the dry air, and remember the formula we did for tropical tornadoes. You want a little bit of dry air, you want that trough angle, and you want a lot of eastern bands. We're getting all of those. So if David is right and that dry air stays a little bit, even if it doesn't, it gets mixed out. That dry air coming into the west would make the system act a bit more like an extratropical system, creating the potential for tornadoes, especially with SRH values at the 0 to 500, between 75 to 100. Depending on the resolution.
All right. Okay. Hold on a second. All right, David, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
What's up?
So I wanted to explain radar now. So when looking at the latest radar, really quickly here. So I'm looking at the last 30 frames. There is definitely an inner core trying to develop. There's a little bit of an eye-like future on the radar. It is very hard to make out, though. It is literally, let me measure this eye feature. It is very, very small. It is not very big at by any means. It's not like a 10 nautical mile.
It's about 24 nautical miles, or 25 or so.
Actually, no. I'm seeing the inner, a little bit of an eye inside the eye. That is about 1.5 miles in diameter. So
I'm noticing that as well. I'm noticing that as well.
That's not very
Convection
mature
blowing
for
up again
this-
in the center.
All right.
So now, I'm only going to be here for 10 minutes, folks. So
Sure.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting everybody because I want to do my
That's
analysis.
fine. That's
really
fine.
quick.
Don't worry about it. We'll let
no,
you
you're
have your
good.
piece.
So looking at the radar, it looks like an inner core is trying to form, but there is not a whole lot. There is some banding futures, but it's not organized like you would want to see with a more stronger tropical storm. Now, if we do go look at the latest hurricane models, let's go to the HAVS A.
I got it.
It did pretty well on that, by the way, with the inner core structure, but that inner core looks to collapse by the overnight hours, and the system still struggles to close off. Okay, now models are models and they're not perfect. So again, we have to almost now cast this, but what I'm seeing is, again, a system that it does not look to close off an eye wall at all. And this is moving at about 16 to 18 miles an hour right now.
It's slowed
So
down to 14 at the latest
Hurricane Center
advisory.
said 14, which is very healthy movement.
Well, 14 to 16 is a good estimate here with the movement.
Yeah.
Sure.
So right now, latest models have this down to 978 millibars at landfall, making this, if we look at our surface winds, possibly, let's see here, possibly now a hurricane. And so based on the latest data that I've gotten on the models, I am a little bit more confident in tonight's update on Pat's Path Predictors stream that we are gonna probably see a hurricane at landfall. Now, some models,
what were like
some,
Hold
no,
on.
hold on, yeah,
Let him speak.
some models. Sorry to interrupt everybody that's watching this stream. I just want to give my inside analysis on this. So looking at the H wharf on Debby, still not showing. Last model had a hurricane, a little bit of a piece of that to the north. This model run does not indicate that this would be a hurricane at landfall. So it is really, it is to be announced if this is even going to be a hurricane at landfall. Now, more of the models in tonight's Zero Z output actually, what is that?
David, real quick, while you're getting that 2 a.m. advisory come out, northwest at 14 miles an hour. Pressure is still 1,003 millibars with winds up to 45 miles an hour. Outer rain bands moving across the lower Florida Keys and southwest Florida. Debby now expected to become a hurricane before landfall in the Florida Big Bend region. And when David was talking about the model data, that pressure and the location of landfall, in my brain, if we wanted to do an analog again, and this is considering rapid intensification may not exist due to some of the dry air lingering, it sounds like a repeat of Hermine of 2016.
Yeah.
With the moisture spreading north and all that with a broad area of rain bands. So far, it sounds like a 2016 Hermine repeat.
Yeah. Hey, David, before I turn the floor to you very quickly, Tristan.
I didn't want to share something in BC, no mic.
Sure, that's fine. But Tristan, they now have highlighted the threat for tornadoes in the public advisory. Thought I'd share that with you.
Okay,
but David, go ahead.
Right there. Do that.
But David, go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so there are the potential for tornadoes with this. Now, the intensity forecast has gone up, and I will do the same in this update on the behalf of Pat's Path Predictors live stream. I am now expecting winds of 75 miles an hour at landfall. Again, in my stream earlier today, I only went 70, but now based on the spaghetti plot and based on a little bit more better agreement on what we might be seeing right now with maybe a hint of a brief inner core structure, we could see this, or we will likely see this become a hurricane at landfall with 75 mile an hour winds. Now, it is very,
does have 85.
Hold on.
Also,
Let him. Okay. let's let David finish his analysis because he has very limited time tonight. So
yeah,
all right.
I'm at work until midnight my time, and then I'm gonna hit the bed right when I get home. So
that's fine.
So once
Go
this
ahead.
makes landfall, it is gonna weaken. Does it strengthen on the other side? That will determine on one, does this reemerge out off of land into the Atlantic, or does it potentially reverse back out into the Gulf of Mexico? There's a lot of questions to be answered. In fact, the track forecast is even more spread out at about days 4 and 5 than than the previous output on some of the models. So this is still a very fragile situation, especially where it stalls, when it stalls, will be absolutely essential. It could mean the difference between a low-end tropical storm if it stalls over land, or a strengthening tropical storm over water, depending on where that stall happens. So that is a concern. And and Tristan was even saying now the NHC apparently wants us to become 85 miles an hour.
Yes.
So that is pretty alarming.
David, I got some very scary news about that dry air. Debbie's punching it. It's fighting it. It's punching it. The clouds are spreading like a flow.
Yeah, we're okay.
So let me explain, Tristan. Let me explain that to all the viewers. So, so on the water vapor imagery, you're seeing these feathery white cirrus spreading outward. You're only looking at the top layer of that outflow. There's different layers. The atmosphere is 3D. There is some drier air. There is some drier air punching into the system underneath the cirrus outflow. Believe me, all right? If you go to the 700 to 500 millibar,
I'm looking at that too. There's no dry air anymore.
Yeah, we've been determining that for a while.
I'm on the Go 16.
Okay.
At least not. What's up?
Pat,
Yoshi, what's up?
Can you pull up the latest thing in VC Gnome Mike real quick? It is the current radar next overlaid with the National Hurricane Center track, and this is showing that we could see a huge eastern movement quite soon.
Okay.
Eastern movement with the track.
All right. Thank you very much.
So,
go ahead, David.
I have like 4 minutes. So
sure.
There is some drier air that might temporarily punch into the system, but right when it makes landfall, though, that vortex really gets tilted by the shear. So there is going to be some tilt to the vortex once this makes landfall, and then the shear backs off while the system is over land, which might actually allow a brown ocean effect only briefly due to baroclinic ascent and forcing over the system. So in the short term, moisture looks good. Right at landfall, though, that's when the shear begins to increase, and it really matters on how much stronger will Debby get before making landfall, because now that shear is going to soon increase over the system. Right now, it's about 5 to 10 knots. It is going to go up to 20 to maybe 25 knots right after landfall or right at landfall. So it is going to be a tug-of-war situation. If you even look at the upper level wind charts at 200 millibars, you can see that westerly flow. And again, shear is a form of wind direction change. So we got to understand our storm is moving to the north here, and you get westerly flow. You connect the shear vectors between the steering flow at the surface from the southerly direction and the 200 millibar flow from the west. You get actually a west-northwesterly shear onto the system. Actually, at this point, because it's moving so slowly onshore, it become more of a west-southwesterly shear. So that's the health of the system. Does it get to 85 miles an hour? To be quite honest, in my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, not the NHC's. I think I am going to remain conservative. I'm going to hurricane on this with 75 mile an hour winds, but 85, that's
85. You could do it because in trade for some wind shear, there will be the trough will still be in a nice angle for it to have more outflow. So
at least for until it get, at least at first,
and strengthen it a little slower, but still strengthen.
Yeah. Now, really,
hold on. Let David speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt again.
No,
really
you're fine.
Before I go, we really need to watch the tropical wave that is going to enter the Caribbean. That is the latest GFS does not have anything developing in the Gulf of Mexico now, but I would still not take my eyes off of that. The NHC, I'm sure, will be having an AOI, an area to watch on that. Probably in the next day or two.
That's fine. We're watching on Weather Nerds as well, and there's good ensemble support for both the European and GFS. So thank you very much for that. Are there any final thoughts you would like to have, David, before you have to get going?
Is it okay if I make my announce? I don't think is because since you have promoted on my stream, I just wanted to let viewers know that I will be doing a how would you word this? A 6 to 7 hour live stream tomorrow, hopefully to get as much data as I can for this storm. Unfortunately, unless my crew, a team of crew, could actually help me out for the overnight hours, because I do have to get up early the next day to go to work. I am going to try to see what I can do to live stream all night up until landfall. I don't know if that's going to work out, but just wanted to bring that out to you all. I will have a community post on that and everything. So that's going to close off with my briefing on Debbie. I'm going to actually have to go.
That's
I've
fine.
been on my break
Real quick, before David goes, I just want to do this assessment that David said.
I gotta go. Bye, David.
All right.
See ya.
David did say that shear will increase. However, the same thing happened to a few other systems with not only the trough angle, not with a trough angle, and it didn't really weaken the system in a way. In some cases, they still strengthened. So I do want to caution that shear can't be a weakness of a system. Another thing is that if the shear is increasing,
we showed it before. We saw it.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
Okay.
We saw it briefly.
If the shear is increasing before landfall, you know what that means? If the storm is broad and has all those right rain bands and you still have a little bit of dry air, you know what that means? More tornadoes. We saw that during Beryl. So that just increases the tornado threat if David is correct on that shear increasing right when the storm gets in most mature.
Yeah, definitely. What I will say is I can see why David has some reservations for this, because it's the kind of for similar reasons that Alex Baller had some reservations with this as well. And part of it was due to drier air, potential intrusion, and a slight increase of wind shear. What I will say to this now, looking at this is, I have a feeling. I want to take a look at the latest satellite imagery just to kind of confirm what I'm thinking right now.
All right.
Okay, first of all, we're seeing a few more convection flare-ups on the southern part of that shrimp, kind of close to that that semicircle
where the dry air is trying to fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing. I'm also noticing an increase of convection in the western part of it. You're starting to see that starting to get pulled down thanks to the rotation of this system. I will say there is a small amount of dry air, and we talked about it on stream. There is a small amount. But Debbie is beating the... I get to say my one swear word tonight. I get to say my one swear word tonight. But Debbie is beating the absolute shit out of it.
I love that right there.
Yeah. So, So this is my... So yeah, that's kind of what my one curse word for tonight. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. I might do another one if you guys are okay with that. But yeah, it's late at night. It's almost 1 a.m. my time. Who cares? But anyway, so we have the new update from the public advisory. There's not much of a change with this. just yet. They're still holding at 45, and they're holding at 1,003. I would love to see recon go into this. I would love to see
this. I
this.
have one more update to wait.
Sure. What's
Storm
up?
Prediction Center day 1 to see what they will do with the evolution of this thing.
Yeah.
Right before.
Okay. John just posted it. Yeah. Okay. John just posted it. Dry air is mostly gone. The only dry air is clearly what I circled. Okay. Yeah, but that could push into like the lower levels of the system. There's always that small possibility of that happening, and we saw that with Hurricane Estelle most infamously, because this thing was forecasted to be a major hurricane back in 2022 in the Eastern Pacific, and then a similar setup to that got into the system and choked the system to death. So there is a small possibility of that.
Ooh, suffocation.
What's up?
I said, ooh, suffocation, basically.
Yeah, pretty much it's suffocated. So
pretty
anyway.
much, let's put this in a little funny term here.
Yeah.
With you saying, Debby punched back at the dryer, so you're basically saying that there's a possible chance that the dryer could just throw a KO punch and knock that living shit out of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
2 curse words.
Yeah, that's the second curse word of tonight. All right.
What's the goal? What's the goal of limited curse word?
I think one more and that's it for tonight.
Fair enough. All right, I'm going to save a curse word for our fun.
All right. Well, we're going to wait for the SPC outlook to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at, and that way we can give an indication of what the tornado threat will look like. And Tristan,
it's already a 5% on day 2, and the fact that they did that for day 1,
yeah,
shows me that they're pretty decently confident in some tornadoes.
Yeah,
they're confident. In fact, let's look at. Let me see if I can.
When is the next recon?
I'm gonna see.
The next recon's probably not till tomorrow morning, but yeah, we're noticing.
The next recon is in Sadness.
It's when?
Sadness.
Oof. But yeah.
So I'm going to look at the discussion. Oh, it's 11:45, so it's not their actual day 2, and they already did a slight. It's not their actual day 2.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
Yeah,
It still appears that the approaching tropical cyclone will probably be accompanied by some risk of convection capable of producing tornadoes. Some modifications have been made to the tornado probability to account for the latest adjustments to the. I think they're doing the nowcasting evolution. They're not doing the predictability. Oh, that's interesting. Like we said, everything will depend on the evolution. So,
John, I figured I'd use your seizure warning for a second because I'm showing up more radar.
I have a question. Are y'all asking to share the tornado graphic? I think.
If we can pull
this
up
is from SPC Pod because they get updates faster than the SPC.
Yeah, if you can show that to us, at least when it releases.
Is the day 2 outlook, I do expect they might do another one that's really early, unless it's actually early. But here you go, Pat. Here's the image of. Oh no, that's the wrong image. I'm sorry, my brain just turned off.
It's okay. Give it a second.
My brain had a small brain fart. See.
What's up, Weather Kingdom?
According to radar, I'm starting to see some more moisture on the western side. So it's not just the convection pushing out to the western side. So
I see it.
That's just going to help the core.
There's the image on No Mic Pat. If you want to show them,
I'll show it in just a second. But Weather Kingdom was pointing out something very important. We're starting to see convection. We're starting to see precipitation on the radar starting to form on the western side of it over here. It still needs to wrap around the southwest side, but that's another step of organization. We're seeing a band starting to develop over there. That's going to definitely mix out the dry air. Yeah, and we're continuing to see that I formation develop.
Weirdly enough, what looks to be the storm center on radar is slowly moving east.
Interesting.
So it's trying to follow. It's trying to stay with the trough.
I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but all I know is that it's trying. It looks to be trying to go east. I don't know if it's more than likely very temporary.
Yeah, that looks like an eastward jog.
Wobble.
That looks like an eastward jog to me, and that's definitely possible. Remember, we talked about this last night. Rapidly organizing and intensifying systems do have a higher tendency to start to wobble and jog back and forth. So this could be an indicator of that or an indicator of the trough, but it's more likely the former based on what I'm seeing.
It's likely both in a way.
Yeah, it might be some sort of combination of the two.
Yeah. We want to show the tornado risk for our review.
Yes, please. I will go ahead and do that. This is the day 2 for... this is the day 2, well, quote-unquote day 2. They're going to update this and make this a day 1. 5% tornado risk for northern Florida and southern Georgia, 2% for Tampa Bay.
No, that's the actual day 2. Day 1 is going to be the process before landfall. This is the landfall period.
Yeah, I know it's the official day 2. It's just, I know they're going to release the day 1 in a few minutes, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that should be interesting.
I would not be surprised if a 10% considering the sheet.
Yeah, I think they'll probably hold off on it until
they know the evolution.
Yeah, they'll probably hold off. But yeah, that convection is still surging westward. That's interesting. Yeah. It's still surging westward, and it's also showing on radar as well.
And you know what's been interesting? I don't want to, but we have already felt the effects of Debby.
Yeah.
Not just in Florida, but the trough helping the moisture surge was the reason why for some of those flood watches in the Carolinas. So it actually already produced some warnings in the Carolinas.
Yeah. Okay.
Indirect warning. It already did.
All right. Okay. So we got some questions here. Will Bradenton be more affected? Bradenton, I'll have to look at where Bradenton is to give you an idea of... to kind of give you an idea of what I think the impacts will, but I'll go ahead and answer that. Bradenton, Florida. Okay, getting a look at it. It's taking a second to register. That's near Tampa Bay. Yeah, I think the worst effects are tropical storm conditions at this current point, so we'll have to pay attention to it. You're still going to get a little bit of surge in the coastal areas, so I would pay close attention. So... Okay, is there any more questions? Otherwise, feel free to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It gets more people engaged with weather, and we would really appreciate you doing that. So,
by the way, I'm probably going to post a video pretty early tomorrow morning.
Just
giving that.
That's fine. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, regardless, okay. All right. Oh, okay, so...
Has the track changed based on the new 2 a.m. update?
No, it will change at 5 a.m. So, yeah, can I show the hurricane models? We did a little bit earlier with the 0Z. We can go ahead and show you those again just for reference. But here's the H-Wharf.
Breaking news.
What's up?
Uh-oh.
Flood watch issued for Georgia.
Oh, boy. Yep, they're taking it seriously. They're taking it seriously. Yeah, but to the hurricane...
Let's see what they say. Late tonight. Let's see some of the flood watch. I want the details. The potential for extensive flooding rainfall will increase this afternoon and continue for Tuesday as tropical storm Debby impacts the region. Yep, it's the Debby one.
Yep. In the meantime, I'm taking a look at the hurricane models. The H-Wharf will start with that one. That initializes 1,005 right there, and then you start to see this starting to organize and develop, and it looks like it doesn't start to close out too much according to this model, but keep in mind this was initialized before this massive burst of convection, which, by the way, sorry about that.
Is that an old thing, or did they just do tropical storm warnings for a few counties in southern Georgia now? That new.
Further north? No, they haven't issued any more.
No, I meant inland, not coastal. I'm looking at the National Weather Service. Is that new? It includes Bainbridge, Montreal.
Yeah, that's. I know the NHC is experimenting with putting inland stuff with their graphics, but yeah.
Yeah, the National Weather Service might have just did that. I need to make sure.
All right. In the meantime, though, the HWRF, all these models were initialized before this massive burst of convection began. So you have to keep that in mind as this goes forward. The HWRF has this thing going into that as a potential hurricane at around 987 millibar system. So we'll have to pay attention to that right there. HMON's been pretty interesting to say the very least. HMON has this thing starting to organize and develop pretty quickly, and then makes landfall. Once again, it's a 987 millibar system near Apalachicola Bay. All the forecast models have shifted this to near Apalachicola Bay and not the Big Bend, which is pretty interesting. Like, it's very consistently hitting the same spot. So that's pretty concerning. That's pretty interesting to take a look at right there. So, yeah, and it looks like it was anticipating a little bit of an eastward jog as well, all these models. So, Yoshi, it looks like the models were actually anticipating that jog to the east a little bit. So, I thought you'd find that interesting.
The models actually predicted a relocation.
They predicted the eastward jog, so, Yoshi, so what are your thoughts on that?
Well,
that's impressive, first off.
Oh, yeah, totally. I wasn't expecting that, at least.
Knowing the models actually doing that.
Yeah, they projected the eastward jog,
but
too.
I do still find it interesting that it is still east of the NHC cone.
Yeah, I find it kind of interesting.
If it keeps like this, and we could still see a slight eastward trend.
It would have less time, but warmer water.
Yes. And it would also have a higher risk of getting over to the coast.
It would be more dangerous to more land. That's the thing.
All I'm going to say is, looks like more convection's blowing up.
Let me take a look.
We might be actually really fighting this dry air better than everyone thinks.
Yeah.
And when I look at the water vapor on NOAA, it doesn't look like... Now, considering what David said about
Hold on.
a core collapse,
seizure warning.
Eventually, it might do that. And if it doesn't do that, then we're on the road for something bad.
Yeah, the thing I'm paying attention to is this convection is surging westward, and it's surging westward still, and
eastward, southeastward.
Oh, it's surging southeastward as well. I'm noticing that as well. It's surging in all directions now. That's not good. But another thing I'm noticing is the convection is starting to fill in that semicircle as well on the latest scans, and radar and water vapor. It's starting to fill in. It's starting to fill in that that space over there, which it's going to take some time to complete, but that could happen very shortly. And I can show you the visible imagery. It's showing a similar situation with that. So, yeah. We got to watch this very closely. How big of a wind field should we be expecting? The wind field already right now is over 140 miles, and I can show you that in the NHC cone. Pull that up right here. It's already relatively large for being a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. I'd say the wind field, it's going to just determine on what happens, but it's going to really determine on how this thing evolves.
Oh, wait, what the hell? Did they update some graphics? Let me look real quick. Let me make sure
I'm
not crazy.
Go ahead.
20 to 30 inches is the event.
Show that.
What?
Look at the graphic.
What graphic?
The National Hurricane Center, they just upgraded it.
Wait,
no micro.
Okay, let me take a look.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he lying.
Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
Let's not. We can't panic. We cannot panic. Panicking is the last thing we need to do.
Wow.
But this is concerning.
Show that to the viewers, because we talked about with Debby steering current. Here we go.
That's 20 plus inches of rain between Savannah and Charleston.
Wow,
that's a problem. And not only that, they also increased the rain to 12 to 16 inches in the Big Bend.
It's going high risk.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Just look how widespread. It's not just the purples and reds. Look at the oranges and yellows for how far inland that goes. Like
I do
like near Charleston, just south of Charleston, you can get 4 to 6 inches, and that's
I do
way
expect they'll stay moderate even with this total for two reasons. One, it's next to the coast. 2 is that this area has been decently dry. However, I think they will take into consideration the onshore flow, not letting the rivers get that water out. They might consider that if they do ever go high.
Sure.
So there are multiple factors to flooding, and we don't talk about this a lot. River flooding counts, key watts do, the rainfall rates do, training on the track does. So there's a lot of elements to consider for flooding. It's not just, how much rain falls from the sky. It's also soil density. How dry is the soil? How moist is the soil? Has there been rain this previous day? Etc., etc., etc. Flooding is not just, it's going to rain heavily, we put a risk.
Yeah.
There are a lot of scientific factors in flooding. Even though people say it's boring, it's actually a lot more epic than what the science behind flooding.
Okay.
How's radar doing?
Radar, I'll go ahead and pull that up very quickly. Okay. It looks, it's gradually, okay, there's some convection firing up in the southwestern part of it now.
Where?
Let me show you. It's going to take about 10 seconds, but
I just got
we're starting to see it convection starting to fire up in that area. We're starting to see a band develop over there.
Oh, yeah.
Small, minute details like that can make a big difference down the road.
Yep, because that means more protection from the...
Yep.
Slight drier.
I'm gently waiting for the SPC to...
But yeah, this is already a classic.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Already.
Okay, Theodore Johnson's asking when is the next recon? Not till tomorrow morning. I wish they sent one out, but the thing is with recon though is it costs $300,000 to $400,000 for each mission. That's the thing.
Ooh.
Like that, and that's in taxpayers' money. And NOAA has a budget, so yeah. But yeah, I'm looking at the radar.
At least they're using that very well.
Yeah. Yeah. Regardless, though, we're seeing more and more convection firing up on the southwest side. It's kind of hard to tell with the radar, but
no, I can see.
It's close enough to determine that, so it's clearly onto something. Let's go ahead.
I don't like how the rainfall really increased.
Yeah.
Me either.
I wonder, my question is, did they do it?
The center collapsed on radar.
SPC, did you do it?
Wait, what?
Hold on.
The center basically collapsed on radar.
The center hasn't collapsed yet. It's just full of convection.
We got breaking news.
What's up?
Slight risk in effect for day 1 from Debby.
Oh. Okay.
There it is. We got 2 days straight. Tropical storm Debby is forecast to gradually strengthen over the eastern Gulf of Mexico today. With the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center indicating that Debby will reach hurricane strength early Monday morning. Prior to making landfall over the Big Bend region of Florida, as the storm strengthens increasingly strong, clockwise varying winds with high SRH will yield low-level shear favorable for supercells within convective bands. They straight up said supercells.
Yeah.
Correspondingly, a few tornadoes are expected. Oh, God. With a risk area gradually shifting northward for the period in tandem with Debby's advance. Expected? Okay.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
My goodness, the satellite.
We got two.
Okay.
So we might have a tornado watch tomorrow early.
Oof. Yeah.
We might have one tomorrow.
All right. In the meantime, Yoshi, I want to bring up your point that you saw a potential collapse in the radar. I'm watching it too. What's up?
Pat.
What's up?
I apologize. Please show this to the viewers. It's a lot bigger of an area than I expected.
All right, for sure. But okay. That's interesting.
Wow. Huge for tropical tornadoes.
Let me go ahead and pull it up.
That
goes from, I think, Lee County all the way up to the Florida-Georgia border.
Wow, yeah.
And that's for tornadoes, folks. That's your tornado risk.
And they said a few are expected. I expect a decent amount of tornado warnings.
Yep. Definitely.
All right. And real quick, Pat, you think you could search up our tornado safety rules?
Where at?
You think we could search up some tornado safety? Hold on, give me a second. Let's get some tips up here.
Go ahead and do
For our
that.
viewers, just in case. know where to go. I'm trying to get one for not just a home, but also skyscrapers and stuff. Because I know there's multiple types of buildings. And
Yeah.
Florida. Here, let's get a simple one.
Sure, that's fine. But regardless, though, things are pretty interesting. While you're pulling that up, I'm watching radar, and I want to kind of briefly touch on Yoshi's point about the core collapsing. It looks like a bunch of convection is just kind of just forming in there right now.
Yeah, so it will get better
Yeah,
and better.
yeah. What made, if you don't mind me asking, Yoshi, what made you kind of think that something was going on?
Other people were starting to say it, and apparently HAFS has shown something similar to that.
Okay.
Where the core gets weaker.
Okay.
A ton.
All right. It's definitely something to monitor for sure, and this is absolutely an evolving situation. But there's several things I'm taking away from this right now. One of which is we're starting to see more convection on the southwestern side than we were seeing previously. So something's clearly going on over there. We're also noticing some more banding features on the western side. There's one big band that we're paying attention to right there, but it's still a very eastern lopsided storm right now. So
also, I will say this: if you, and this is going to be a little scary, the whole peninsula of Florida has a tornado risk.
Yeah.
So, and all the way to southern Georgia. I wouldn't be surprised if they put a marginal risk in effect for eastern Georgia to South Carolina to maybe very southern tip of North Carolina, but that's up there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Do you have any of those graphics you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, they're there. I put it in no mic.
Perfect.
I put tornado home safe for our first
All right.
Florida.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. All right. Here's the tornado safety recommendations right here. Since there is such a big risk for tornadoes, seek shelter in a windless interior room if that happens, such as a basement. I know Florida doesn't really have a lot of basements because of the water table and the elevation, but an interior room would be the best area. Stay in the center of the room, away from corners which attract debris. Use your arms to protect your head from neck and injury. Also, if you have a baseball helmet, if a tornado is approaching, I would definitely try and put that on, or some sort of head protection as well, just to help you out. Remain inside your home until the storm had passed. So that's kind of the stuff we're paying attention to. That's kind of the basics tornado safety features that we're bringing here on the Pat's Path Predictor channel. But yeah, what are your guys' overall thoughts for tonight?
Overall thoughts, honestly.
Overall thoughts is just watch Debbie's evolution.
Yeah.
We don't want to do
pretty
too many
impressive
red flags yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we already have a few red flags. Number one, the tornado area is huge. Number two, the storm may be strengthening better than expected if the convection doesn't collapse tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And number three, that sudden flooding risk upgrade.
Yeah.
The amounts. I was not expecting that. The only reason why they would not put a high risk is maybe the area is just too small near the coast. But it could act like a high, even if they don't put a high. But I think they will.
Yeah.
I think they will.
Okay.
And for our viewers tonight, for the 400, and I'm just gonna say 450 because it's a little bit.
Yeah, that's insane.
Go up. I want to thank y'all for watching and staying up with us late. And I hope the information of our coverage for Debbie was very entertaining. I know we had a few puns, but what can I say except you're welcome, and I hope you enjoyed the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys for all the support with
thank you, lads.
Just thank you.
Yeah.
Honestly, without you guys making these little jokes there and there,
yeah. Yeah.
It helps us to stay up.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say something real quick?
Sure. What's up, Mia?
Hello, Mia. How are you?
Hi. Good morning to those that it's morning now. All right,
It's
so for
okay.
those that have storm anxiety or hurricane anxiety or tornado anxiety, the best thing is to be prepared. One,
Go ahead.
the second is to stay tuned to the your local weather station thingy majig. You know.
Yeah. It's okay. Keep it. Take your time, Mia.
I just dropped my phone. I'm sorry.
You're good.
So
yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. I just
take
wanted
your
to
just try yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
But yeah, those of you with anxiety, it's okay. Just be prepared and
Yeah.
Follow the evacuation orders if you don't feel safe, or if they're mandatory.
Very much
or
so.
Or if you're in a mobile home.
Yes.
Thank you guys for all the support.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for not quitting on us after one dumb pun, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Video out in the morning.
For sure.
One more thing. One more thing.
Okay, hold on. Let Mia speak for a second.
I'm sorry. One more thing, and then I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay.
But I'll get back to what y'all were doing. My opinion on Debby, right? Because I've been watching y'all, and I haven't really had an opinion. I think Debby's interesting already.
Okay.
And it hasn't even did much. Honestly, to me, I think it could be at max like Cat 1, possibility of Cat 2, but you never know. It's 2024.
Have you seen a satellite of Debby right now? The convection suddenly went up.
It flared up.
Ridiculously. The question is this just a process and this is not the main convection? Or is this fighting the dry air tonight? That's the evolution we need tonight before we assume anything.
Yes, of course.
And for people, I'm going to repeat this one more time. It doesn't matter if the system only reaches 75 like David said. It doesn't matter if it's 85 or the NXT or a Cat 2 to free like the best potential could be. This storm is a pick your poison.
Yep.
No matter how weak it is, because of the mesoscale dynamic, because the lift of the mountains, the lift of the trough.
All right. What do you have? Okay. What do you have? What do you have?
So we got something. We got a tweet from Brian Maxwell, who is Weather Channel meteorologist level. All right, he knows his stuff. He is quite smart. He said, "Quote." Folks, do you see the little dots that keep showing up close to the center here? Those are likely powerful mesovortices with overshooting tops. And here's the most important part here, which are a precursor of rapid intensification. With an inner core this small and water this warm, Debby is about to go nuclear. You don't want, super
Could
smart...
Could you please show that to us?
Yes, I will.
Please.
I'm gonna be. I know he knows his stuff, but because of the little bit of the dry air concern that David said, I do still want to watch the evolution.
Of course.
Yeah.
But
real quick, while we're getting that tweet,
where did you send it? Oh,
I got it.
While we're getting this, this is a pick your poison situation. Basically, what that means is you can either get this system rapidly intensifying, or if the system stay broad, a bunch of tornadoes and flash flooding. It doesn't matter what strength this will be, because the trough will provide lift, the mountains will provide lift. This storm is still going to have really bad steering current. So guess what? It doesn't matter if you get a Cat 1 or a Cat 3. You're still going to have damage.
If you get a storm.
You're still going to have a life-threatening situation. And I mean life-threatening because flooding is 90% of victims.
Yes.
So please, it doesn't matter if this thing stays 60 miles an hour. Pay attention. This is one of those storms where it doesn't matter the strength.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. Is there
like,
any...
for example, I could be wrong. Like, remember last time where I miscommunicated this might be a major? Sure. I could be wrong about it not being a major, but then we still get billions of dollars in damage.
Of course. Absolutely.
So, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And we are not gods here. We are just here to help.
Yep, we're just here to help.
So whatever we say.
Yeah. Yeah. Tristan?
Sorry, I paused because my brain literally had a stroke.
All right, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Whatever we say, that's what you were starting.
Whatever we say, we're trying to help you. And
okay.
So there's a comment. Harvey was a tropical storm when it did most of its damage. Exactly.
Yep. It was.
Yep. And you know why? Because of high P-watt values, moisture, and steering currents.
Yeah.
This storm has all three too.
Yeah. It absolutely does.
The only difference is how bad is the flooding? It will all depend on the location of when it does its steering current situation.
Yes.
If it's off the coast, you might get lucky. If it's inland, and I'm gonna say this, I'm not gonna say this lightly. Get ready for hell, because flooding is absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
What happened now?
I'm sorry. What's going on? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at satellite imagery one more time, just to take a quick glance at it.
Someone asked, could this tropical storm is set to a Cat 3 or above? It's tough to say. The evolution tonight will depend.
Yep.
I'm still gonna say the highest this could go is a low end 3, most likely a high end 1 or 2.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
For someone asking that question.
Man, I'm tired.
Yeah. All right. All right. So Yoshi, what are your thoughts overall from this?
My thoughts overall from what I saw tonight would be, you definitely have to watch closely. This thing it definitely has a good possibility of going over National Hurricane Center expectations.
Yes.
And I do believe that if trends do continue, we will see 1, an east shift, 2, a strength increase.
Yeah.
Within NHC forecasts. So you should definitely be getting ready for it.
Absolutely. All right, Weather Kingdom, what are your thoughts for tonight?
My thoughts are you're going to have to monitor this very closely. I know we said a lot about this. One thing is, remember in the beginning of the stream when we started noticing that just little thunderstorms, and I said it, I'm starting to see multiple thunderstorms in the cloud tops. Look at it now. They all converge, and now we're dealing with, looks to me, a 50-mile-an-hour storm. Not confirmed at all.
Of course.
Maybe at the 5 a.m. update they will. We don't know that.
Yeah.
But that's still 3 hours from now. Anything can change.
Yeah.
Okay.
While you're thinking for a second, we got a $5 donation from Toy Rocket Ship. I'm thinking what I said 2 days ago is starting to make sense now. This tropical storm is potentially reaching Irma force. No, get that. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not nearly enough time for that.
If that happens, I will swallow a whole water bottle.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna eat a shoe if that happens, bro. You're gonna eat a shoe.
I will walk 100 miles if that happens. Legit.
I'll walk all of Washington D.C.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, thank you for the donation. We really appreciate that, and we appreciate all the support we've gotten tonight.
We appreciate the donation.
Yeah, we really do. Go ahead, Weather Kingdom.
Yeah. But like I was saying, you're gonna have to just, when we wake up, we're gonna have to see where the storm is at. Maybe this time tomorrow we're talking about Hurricane Debby. Maybe we're talking about even a worst case scenario, or maybe it's a better case scenario, and this convection dies, and we actually see that dryer choke it off a lot more than anyone expected.
Yes.
You never know. These storms, every storm is different, and anything can happen. It's still its early developments of.
I really feel like there's no good situation.
Yeah.
Yes, and I agree with you on
because
that.
flooding
Even
and
if
surge
this
is
was
the
nothing,
biggest threats, and it's gonna have the Big Bend to funnel the water. Then the steering currents are gonna slow down, beach erosion, preventing the rivers from getting out. I think even if this stays a tropical storm and the convection dies, you're still gonna get a bad situation with flooding and stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Especially since
All right.
recently a lot of our big makers and damage have not been wind. They've flooded.
All right. Go ahead and finish your thoughts, Weather Kingdom.
Yeah. like I said, I've noticed still there is some flashes of lightning around the center.
Yeah.
That has kind of died off, and I'm starting to see that convection wind down just a little bit, but that's probably just a little brief 10 minutes of not crazy convection. But I'm gonna have another video tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna have another video tomorrow in the morning, so stay tuned, you guys, see me in Weather Kingdom.
Yep, I got
the link is in the comments.
Yep, it is in the chat right now, so be sure to go subscribe to him. He would very much appreciate the new subscribers. He's been doing a great job with this stuff. But before I give my final thoughts and opinions on all this, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It really helps us out. We've had over 400 concurrent viewers tonight for a long time, which is absolutely insane. So thank you very much for tuning in tonight. We really appreciate that. So please do those two things, and I'd really love for you to do that. But here are my thoughts right now. What we've seen over the last few hours we've been streaming has been nothing but alarming to me. Because before, we were seeing some very disorganized showers and thunderstorms around the center of circulation.
I'm sorry, Pat. We got some news.
What's up?
Reed Timber just said, very concerned about Debbie's flash flooding.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh, now we got Reed saying it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. But anyway, back to my thoughts. It's a very concerning situation. Anything can happen. It's best you be prepared for anything at this current point. At this point last night, we weren't even considering the possibility of potentially getting over a Category 1, and now we are. At this current point, what I'm noticing too with the satellite is I'm starting to see more of that convection starting to wrap around a bit more. It's because this thing became less of a semicircle in the southwest quadrant, and it's kind of starting to fill in a bit more. That's going to take a couple more hours to do. But
I agree.
The thing I'm seeing with this is once that thing closes off and it's a huge burst of convection, this thing is going to go off. And it's that class.
It's gonna die a bit due to a small fight with dry air and the cycle, and then do it again and delay itself.
Yep, for sure. It's one of those two things. Yeah, it's absolutely one of those two things. And what I'll say is it's off to a great start. It has that classic shrimp shape we always talk about. And a lot of people are picking up on it as well. But right now, we need to pay attention to it, and we kind of have to nowcast this. So we need to monitor that. But
I got a question real quick.
Sure.
Before we leave, and I want people that are watching the stream, if we need to evacuate, to know this information. Can we do the evacuation zones one more time?
Yes, we can. Yoshi, go ahead and do that. If you can pull them up.
I wasn't expecting Av to do this a third time. I need to find it.
I mean, hey, it's been a couple of hours since we did it last.
No, I think I have it near this. Hold on, someone reposted it. Thank God.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Make sure to keep it and then get the website for any more information.
All right. So, we got the most amount of people watching right now. Last time we did this, we were at 230, 300.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
So I think this is the best time we should do this.
Perfect.
So, if you're in one of the counties, evacuate. If you're in one of the following circumstances, either you're in Zone A, evacuation Zone A, a manufactured home, a mobile home, a low-lying area, or an easily floodable area. Evacuate if you're in one of these following counties. For voluntary evacuations: Manatee, Pasco, Hernando, Taylor, and Jefferson counties. For mandatory, we got Franklin, Levy, and Citrus County, and for planned evacuation, Dixie County.
All right.
If you're in one of those counties, and if you're in...
Hey, Pat, can you bring up the satellite again?
Yeah.
All right.
If you're in a mobile home, manufactured home in Zone A, or in an easily floodable area, low-lying area, please evacuate by tomorrow.
Yes, please do. Your local officials are now saying, now's the time to get going. there's life-threatening
I
stuff
just noticed
coming.
something. I don't think this is going to be one of those cycles where the dry air suddenly collapses. I think both of those bursts have now connected because I think that's where the center is. If we correlate radar with I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I noticed that too.
Yeah. I'll take a look at that very quickly. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and...
I feel like it does need a little bit more convection surrounding it to protect it a little more. But otherwise,
Yeah,
I think it's got a good structure going.
For sure. But anyway, I'm looking at it on radar right now. Yeah, there's more thunderstorm activity really ramping up, so we'll have to pay attention to it. What's up?
I will say real quick before we leave, I do apologize. Miami just did a update, and I know Miami's getting some stuff, so I want to read this a little update in the forecast discussion real quick. They just did. It just happened 15 seconds ago.
Sure.
I brought it up. South Florida will continue to feel the impact today as Tropical Storm Debby, as it moves north over the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Periods of gusty showers and thunderstorms will continue for the day with peak watt values in the 2.3 to 2.5 inch range.
Yeah.
High rainfall rates can be expected, even though QPF totals continue to trend downward overall, with 1 to 3 inches of additional rainfall expected through tonight, but some localized higher amounts will still be possible. They have left the flood watch for the rest of the evening. Right choice.
Yep.
As some urban and poor drainage flooding is still possible. In addition to the flooding threat, there still remains a tornadic threat for at least the first part of today.
Yeah.
With storm relative helicity values in the 100 to 150 range.
Sure.
The greatest threat will be over southwest Florida and around the lake region. However, an isolated tornado across the East Coast metro cannot be ruled out.
Yeah.
Winds will remain breezy across all of South Florida today, with wind gusts 25 to 35 miles an hour outside the convection, 40 to 45 over coastal Collier and mainland Monroe counties, I believe, where tropical storm warnings remain in place.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that. All right. So one last thing I will say is, yeah, Tristan was bringing up the satellite imagery. Weather King, you were talking about satellite imagery beforehand. What do you want to talk about first?
I noticed that on that southern side is developing even more convection, but that tweet, was it Reed Timmer that was saying about the vortices with the blow-ups?
No, that was someone else.
That was someone else.
Yeah.
If you watch it, you notice you see those little frames where you see we see like not minus 80 cloud tops just briefly, and then it goes away. But then you kind of see like a little vortice twist in that.
Yep.
That is what he's talking about.
Yep.
And for seeing that on signs, I'm just saying, if it continues, we're gonna have to watch this for tomorrow morning. I mean, we could be waking up into a surprise storm.
Yeah.
A very powerful storm.
Absolutely. Thank
I
you.
wish Recon was in this.
All right. Okay. Can we, before we go, I want to show lightning strikes very quickly. I want to do one last update, and then I'm going to say my final piece. But while we're waiting for that, Weather Kingdom has a channel of his own. Be sure to subscribe to his channel. He will be posting a video tomorrow talking about this, and he'll be back on for more streams as we look at Debby, and he'll be here for the entire hurricane season, as he is an official member of Storms United, and he has been more than willing to come and help us out. So, wonderful. Okay, Chase is asking, is the circulation small or large? Relatively small. I'd say it's relatively small right now, but we'll have to pay attention to it. So
lightning update on that is right now with the latest frame, there's nothing really towards the center, but in that southern side we're seeing that bigger convection. We do have quite a few lightning strikes, but it's been spotty in the last like 20 minutes of in and out lightning strikes in the core.
That's fine. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the stream right here. We have been on for over 4 hours, which is absolutely incredible, almost 5 hours. So thank you for sticking around for that much. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It helps us out, helps us get more streams and videos out like these. The goal of this channel, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. There's going to be some highlights on the Storms United channel. There will be a link to that in the pinned comment that I will be posting right after this uploads. So be sure to check that out. And with that being said, have a wonderful evening, guys. Stay safe.